am recording everything for those just joining us. Uh, so as it said, if you have to step away, don't sweat it. I love that we're already talking about where we're from. That's usually my question, so thanks for stealing my thunder. But it's great to see that, and this is one thing I really love. If everyone doesn't mind just typing in where you're tuning in from, that would be great. My name's Lorne. I'm from Toronto, but I move around quite a bit and represented here, or you can put your university, whatever works. We got Philly, Jersey, Chicago, Alaska, North Carolina, Indiana, Edmonton, Quebec, New York, New Orleans, Boston. Wow, we have every state here. Ohio, Montreal, Toronto, South Florida, Georgia, Los Angeles, Houston, Calgary, New York, Guam. Holy smokes, 3:15 a.m. Thank you, Sherilyn. I'll try to make sure it's worthwhile. I guess I'll keep it super exciting today, and to keep you awake at 3:15 in the morning. I'll make it worth your while. But this is actually one thing I love about LEED and sustainability, and we'll talk about how global it is. But LEED's the same everywhere, and it's used in many countries. It's biggest in North America, where it was originally formed, but it's also huge in China, India, the Middle East, Central, South America is growing, parts of Africa. But LEED's the same everywhere, and it's recognized everywhere. So it's the kind of the reason why we have so many different states represented. I think there's like 6, 7 time zones I saw there. So that's awesome. If you're just joining us, you can download the slides here. And for the first 10 minutes, please relax. It's just kind of like an intro to why you're here, how this stuff's relevant to you and your careers, where it's going to take you and the possibilities, and honestly, why we're here in the first place. So we're just going to ease our way into the long day that you are stuck with me here, everybody. We should probably start by saying, what the heck does this thing LEED even stand for? And all LEED stands for is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. Simply put, LEED is a standard for us to rate what makes a green building green. And whether you're talking about a standard for your steel-toed boots or how clean a restaurant is, the only purpose standards have is for us to trust that we're investing in something that is what it says it is. In this case, we want it to be sustainable. We want it to be good for the society, economy, environment. And one thing I like about LEED is it's legitimate. What I mean by that is it's created by us, actual professionals who are in this industry. It's not asking us the craziest amounts to do, but it is still significantly better than our existing building codes. And when you make the commitment to go for LEED or green sustainability, that happens early, very early on in the project, which is good, because normally we don't think about how our design decisions affect the overall sustainability of the building until it's too late to make significant changes. And in LEED, we make sure we think about it right off the bat. And most importantly, it's marketable. They spend a lot of money marketing LEED to the public because, frankly, if nobody knew what it was, who would care about it? But we get what it means, so we're demanding it because we associate it with sustainable buildings. Now, it's a point-based rating system, so I'm sure a number of you have seen these levels or awards before. 40 certified, silver 50, gold 80, and the highest is gold is 60, the highest is platinum at 80, and we're going to talk about this a lot during our day together here. How it works is there's a number of categories. In those, there's mandatory things called prerequisites. You got to do them. Credits, where you pick, and depending on how many credits, determines the points and eventually what award your building receives. These are all the categories which you will memorize, I promise, by the end of our long afternoon together. So get comfortable. But really, why is LEED being so successful? Why have you probably heard about it before this class even? They've done a fantastic job at showing developers that going green doesn't have to mean cash money green. And so I've been part of projects that sometimes cost no more than a conventional built building. But usually it's about a 1 to 3% cost premium on the initial cost of a building, which doesn't seem like that much. But on these $100 million buildings, $1 to $3 million is still something, right, to most people. So why bother with LEED if it does cost more off the bat? Well, we look at our savings, not just at the beginning, but over time. And we see it has a high return on our investment in two different ways. The indirect way is our marketability. So a lot of banks, universities, they only buy and lease and build LEED buildings. Why? It strengthens something called your corporate social responsibility program. Because in 2024, environmental factors are very important in decision making for the public. And if your environmental values align as a university or a bank or a business with mine, that could be the deciding factor of where I'm going to go invest my time, invest my money. That's the indirect return, making companies and different entities, institutions more marketable. What I care about personally is the savings of those buildings over time. And so this kind of simplifies it, but a red building just built to code, the least you have to do has, say, the lowest initial cost, but over time you're using more energy, more water, more maintenance. It's not the best built building. But a green building, yes, costs a little more up front, but over time you're less vulnerable to the fluctuations of energy, of water, simply because you're using less of it. And maybe you even have renewables on site you could sell back to the grid and recoup some of that excess energy and recoup your money. Has anyone seen this pretty picture before? Stared at. So we've all memorized it now. I saw some nods. The triple bottom line, the 3 Ps. That's what I care about, the people, planet, profit. Now, this is kind of the basis of sustainability and LEED. We group our Earth into these 3 big spheres, as we see here. And what we just touched on is the profit side of our triple bottom line with our high return on our investment. And once we can achieve and try to satisfy as many wants and needs in the people, planet, profit, or society, economy, environment, triple P's, triple bottom line, call it whatever you want, I don't care. But we do need to be aware of this little diagram here and who we are trying to satisfy in each of these spheres with our goals in LEED. Now, the people side, we're pretty important too, because we are demanding green buildings more and more. They're healthier. People are happier in them, more comfortable and productive. And frankly, well, if we're demanding these items and companies out there are not supplying them, well, we're not doing it right. And so we're seeing that shift take place. And if those companies want to grow and stay up with market demand, they better answer the bell. And we're seeing a shift from a generational standpoint. You look at grade school curriculums, they all have a component of sustainability today. You look at Earth Day, Earth Hour, they're on everybody's calendar automatically now. Who even knew about them 40 years ago? And most importantly, it's a brand new job market. We've had blue collar workers, white collar workers, and now we got this green collar industry, the only color I'm not wearing, unfortunately. But the green, it's here to stay, everyone. It's rapidly growing. It's good you're getting involved in it even more today because there's only ample and more and growing opportunities in it. And after all, it is our future, so we should probably not mess things up more than we have a bit already. And here are some cute babies to remind us of that. Now, that's the people side of the triple bottom line. And look, we're going to talk a lot about the planet side, but frankly, there is only one Earth. Let's not destroy it. Let's preserve it for at least a couple more generations by reversing our contribution, hopefully more than that, by reversing our contribution to climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we'll get into that throughout our day. Now, depending on where you live, sometimes there's actual incentives to ease the financial initial cost of going green. Some structural incentives I've seen out there is maybe if you build a green building in your city, the city says, we'll let you build an extra floor you're normally not zoned for, an extra story. And you're saying, whoa, by selling that story I never even thought I could build, I could recoup my initial investment or more to make it green. And the city wants this, right? Because those buildings are using less energy, less water. It's less load on their infrastructure. So it's mutually beneficial. Now, those kind of incentives are not as common as financial ones, which are the most flexible depending on where you live. In Toronto, we have this thing called the Toronto Green Standard, where if you achieve the second tier of it, you get 25% of your permitting fees back, which was a few $100,000 on a big project I worked on years ago. And non-financial ones, maybe you build a green building in your town, and we put you on the town's website as the greenest building here to show off. They're not that common. They change depending on who's in power at the local, state, and federal level and provincial level. But hopefully we'll see a little more incentivization throughout our years coming up. Now, you should know that LEED is not alone. We saw how everybody's here from a very different part of the world, which is awesome. But there's lots of green building rating systems. There's BREEAM, a popular one in the UK, ENEV in Germany, BBSA in France, Green Star in South Africa and Australia. We have another one here called the Living Building Challenge with that logo. Anyone ever seen that logo? It's way harder than LEED. Living buildings have to be like net zero energy, net zero water, treat their own wastewater on site. Like it's true sustainability. The reason why LEED is the most dominant and popular is because it's global. It's the same everywhere. And multinational companies like that because they can keep their building programs to a high quality standard all around the world. And it's realistic, as I mentioned. It's not asking us the craziest things to do, but it is significantly better than our building codes are today. Okay. This was just a brief little intro, everyone. Warm us up because I want to stress a few things. We can really learn a lot from our past. Buildings are not new. We have been building buildings for thousands of years. Only recently have we started relying on all of our fancy energy-consuming devices to make our lives a little easier. But why not look back? You know, how did we used to build? Take some of those techniques or variations of them and incorporate them in our buildings today. And we should, but we're not very good at it. And we could be better. Also, LEED's not the answer to all the world's problems, but it's a good start for a few. And every few years, a new version of LEED comes out. So right now we're on 4. And when that came out, it really upped the bar. And I think as we push the envelope, we see different building codes try to sample some parts of LEED and include it. So LEED is not only a testing ground for different codes to see what they want to use and work in their cities, but it also, I think, as we push energy efficiency, will be the answer to a couple energy-related problems we face on our planet. Also, this afternoon, you got to focus on how much the values in LEED make sense. There's going to be times today you're like, what is he talking about up there? That's the most logical way to build a building. Doesn't everyone do that? And you are right, it is. But historically, we love to take shortcuts in our design and construction industries. And through incentivizing us with points in LEED, we're trying to make sure we build it right the first time round. But everybody's got to work together to get that best building out of our investment. Okay, everyone, if you were not paying attention, now's a good time to start. We're going to talk about everything we need to know for the LEED Green Associate exam. One second, I'm just trying to help this person get in the class. Oh, technology. Okay, let us get into it, everybody. So, you have these slides. You can download them now or later, it doesn't matter. I just hate watching somebody try to scribble everything down that I have up here on the board. Like that is the biggest waste of your time. By all means, take notes, highlight, do what works for you, but you don't need to race me here. Like every word I'm showing, you have. So please don't just try to copy all this down. That's a waste of your time here today. I want you to understand this stuff. I want you to absorb this stuff. Now, some of our objectives we're looking at here is And what I want you to walk out of here understanding is number one, why does LEED exist? Like, what is its purpose? Who created it? Who runs the show behind the whole LEED rating system? Then, most importantly, what makes a LEED building any more sustainable than the next door neighbor? And then we'll talk about our next steps to pass this exam once we're all done. So we just did a little intro. We're hopping into the background of LEED now. Then we're going to go through all of our categories with a big break in the middle. And then we'll take our next steps once we are all done here today. And I really haven't introduced myself yet. That's rude. My name is Lauren Melodic. I graduated the University of Toronto in civil engineering. What's everybody focused on major-wise or working in? Do you mind just typing it in the chat? I think it's always pretty interesting to see how multidisciplinary LEED is and sustainability. Because look, there's a lot of different parts of the built environment. Making it green or sustainable, there's even more. And if you don't know what you want to focus on in this big industry, you might get exposed to a part of it you had no idea existed, and maybe you'll find your passion and pursue it in that direction, which is kind of what happened to me, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But look at what we have here today. We got a chemical, a civil, an architect, interior designer, urban planner, civil construction, electrical plant construction, environmental sustainability masters, GIS, no mechanicals today? Shame on them. What are they doing? So it's pretty interesting to see how different everybody's background is here today. And that's one thing I love about LEED. As I mentioned, you get exposed to so many parts of this built environment industry. Now, quickly how I got here. After my first year, my freshman year, I worked at this company called Morrison Hershfield, and they were building our service centers along our highways in Ontario, and like where you stop and fill up and get a snack, and they were really pretty. And I was like, why are these so nice? And I saw they were pursuing this thing called LEED, looking into it, finding it was a way to define a green building. And I said, you know what? I feel like that's something we're missing in the industry. How do I get involved in this? This looks pretty interesting. And then I saw you could get accredited yourself by taking a couple exams, which I think is a great way to get ahead in something I finally cared about. But back then, you needed real life LEED project experience to be able to take this exam. So I was just lucky to be in the right place. And I had to go down to the US because it wasn't even offered in Canada then. I passed both exams, got my AP, BD, and C, went back to school in my second year, and no one knew what LEED was back then. Not even my professors, so no bragging rights for me, unfortunately. But I was telling my friends about it, and they were like, this is where the field is going. How do I get involved too? Unfortunately, these workshops are like $1,000 plus, and nobody I know has the time or money um, to do so to spend on that. And I don't think money should be the obstacle to sustainability, which is what we need more people in. And I just started tutoring some friends, and then there was enough demand to host workshops like this. And so for like the 8 years prior to the pandemic, other schools started reaching out and saying, hey, we want our students to graduate with this too. And so for the last, for those 8 years, I was traveling to about like 75 universities a year to host this workshop for students mainly. And so far about 10,000 people have taken the course. And as long as you follow my steps, you are going to do fine on this exam. But that's enough about me. My experience on those projects, those service centers, was not very exciting. It was designing an RV waste station. If you don't know what that is, it's like a hole in the ground. If you have a big RV to dump its human waste out, gross. But I guess it's kind of sustainable if you think about it. Don't think about it too much though. But it didn't help me that much on the exam, but it was my LEED project experience because technically it was on a LEED project. It just had nothing to do with LEED. But so they don't have that requirement anymore. Now you just gotta be adequately prepared. Okie dokie. So there are two sides of LEED. The one you saw is the building side, and you've probably seen the plaques on the wall of what it's rated as. The people, you and I, we are getting accredited. So we just don't confuse those two terms, please. We say that people get their LEED accreditation, buildings get LEED certified. And the first level of accreditation and why we are even here is the Green Associate. So that's what we're here for today. The Green Associate is a pretty unique entry-level designation into the big field of sustainability, it doesn't really matter what angle you're coming at it from. Look, if you want to show employers and future clients, you kind of have this knowledge documented, letters after your name, like the Leadinggreen Associate is a good one to get started and get your foot in the door. And a lot of people just come here wanting that, wanting a nice resume booster, which, don't get me wrong, it is a good one, a very good one, but I'll promise you and I will show you it's a lot more than that as we go forward. Okay? Now, it's not even just architects and engineers. Like I was just in New York City teaching Boston properties where they want to get their analysts and lawyers and all these people getting a green associate. I'm like, why? And look, they're the ones paying all of this money to invest in these LEED buildings, and they want to know where that money's going. So they at least want their LEED Green Associate. Or the Toronto Zoo I taught at last year. I would have never guessed I would have gone to the Toronto Zoo to teach this workshop. Um, but like they use so much energy in all the microclimates for the exhibits of different animals, which aren't supposed to be in those places in the first place. So they suck a ton of energy and they want to know how to be more energy efficient. So it's very diverse of where the Green Associate is being applied to. And it used to cost $250 for everyone, which I was begging for years to reduce for students. And they did a few years ago. Now it's only $100 for full-time students, which I'll take full credit for. I'm sure I had nothing to do with though, but that's one nice obstacle for students to avoid now. And why I say often, try and register for your exam before, the year of your graduation. So like even if you're graduating this year, you can still register for the student rate because it's a significant savings, and why not? Okay, so we're here for the Green Associate, everybody. And the Green Associate is a prerequisite to the AP. The AP is what you need eventually if you're going to be working directly with LEED buildings in this industry. There are different specialties in the AP. The BD and C is for new buildings, O&M for existing buildings, and those are the two that I focus on. But we'll talk about the rest later in detail. However, the Green Associate is a prerequisite. You have to pass it first. And then the fellow is just this honorary thing. If you've done something very special in the industry, you can get nominated for that. Okay. Now, the level of detail I'm hoping everybody walks out of here understanding. To put it in perspective, if we were here talking about the building code or zoning bylaw, it might say if you want to build this big of a building, fine, but you have to provide at least this many parking spaces. Okay, got it. Whereas for the Green Associate, we need to understand that LEED doesn't want you to build more than the minimum bylaw parking wise. Why? Well, extra parking, easier to drive alone. We don't want to encourage that behavior. Whereas for the AP, it says, okay, don't exceed the minimum parking bylaw. Beat the IT study by 20% for 1.4% for 2.5% for car parking, 1.10% for 2. So the main difference you can tell is the level of detail you just need to know in each of the different exams. That's the biggest difference. And we're here today, as I said, for the Green Associate. And one thing I really like about the Green Associate exam, or the Green Associate, or all LEED professional designations, is once you pass it forever. You never have to retake this exam. And it does get harder every few years. So get it out of the way now. That's the smartest thing you can do, and knock it out, because it doesn't expire as long as you pay $50 every 2 years and submit 15 continuing ed hours. Those hours, I'll bet everyone here does without even knowing they did them. If you're in school or you're working on anything related to buildings, on anything even loosely related to sustainability, you just like self-report exactly what you did, and those hours are done. But if you're ever having a tough time finding them or being sure, ask me. And I'll show you. I have different resources of like articles and free things you can read online to get those hours. So unlike most professional designations, this one is not expensive and not difficult to maintain. So get it out of the way. And even if you don't use it now, you can use it in a few years. It's not going anywhere. All right. Now, who actually created LEED? It's the United States Green Building Council. They're the ones that run the show. They decide what makes a LEED building green, right? They decide what goes into it. They decide the rating system, right? LEED is a rating system. They also produce our reference guides, which are 700, 800 wonderful pages telling you exactly one step at a time, the details that we need to do to build a LEED building and what goes into it, okay? There's this platform called LEED Online, and that's what we use to submit our proof. So we submit our drawings, our pictures, documents, plans, calculations, and that goes to someone to review, and that's the Green Business Certification Inc., the GBCI. Go through all of our submissions and make sure we built it correctly and comply with LEED standards. They also create our exams and decide what to test us on. So the way that I like to remember these two, I think of the USGBC as like the creators of LEED, and the GBCI out there enforcing it and making sure it's done properly. Now, most countries nowadays have their own green building council too, and they do different advocacy and cool events and local things at the local level. But as I said, LEED is the same everywhere, the same exam everywhere, the same code everywhere. So we use the USGBC's version of LEED no matter where we're at. Now, the USGBC sometimes asks about themselves, so I have to talk about them for a minute. Their mission is to change the way that we build, and their vision is to make sure those changes are, well, more sustainable. Go figure. There's kind of three guiding principles they run off of. Like, LEED's voluntary. You don't need to be here, and you don't need to build a LEED building out there. You will reap the benefits if you do, and we'll talk about them throughout the day, but it's not the law, is what I'm getting at. It's consensus based in the sense that any changes introduced to LEED or new versions have to be voted on before they're implemented. And market driven. How do all these ideas and changes affect industries, not just building industries? How about like furniture or different paints and materials? Because asking smaller suppliers can be a difficult thing. And so you have to think about how your demands in LEED will change different industries from big to little. And there's only two formally acceptable ways to refer to them, the US GBC and the US Green Building Council. I don't know why I saw that get asked on one exam years ago, but sorry everyone, I did not create the exam, and if that comes up, that is the answer. Now, I mentioned that we're on version 4, okay? So if you read about LEED in the news or anything, you'll probably see some things pop up about version 5. Please ignore that. It is way out. We're still a couple years, a year or two away for sure. How that new version is coming to be, though, is first make it better. So we're going to create and test pilot credits, new ideas. If they work, we'll use them. If not, get rid of them. Then there's a big public comment of different industries exchanging their opinions. And then if it's voted on and approved, it comes into play. So all of this to say, we're on version 4. There's also something called version 4.1, which just helped with a little tweaks, but I need you to ignore anything you read if it's online or wherever about version 4.1 or 5, because the exam is based on version 4, and I do not want you to confuse yourself. At least for another year, everything is version 4. And honestly, in industry, for 10 more years, you're still going to be dealing with version 4 buildings. There's like a big overlapping sunset period. So 4, I've said that number way too many times, but that is the version we are on, and that is the only thing you should care about. That's what the course is. That's what the exam is. If you are ever lost today and saying, what does this have anything to do with sustainable? Why is this in LEED? Take a step back, kind of take a breath and say to yourself, how does this idea try to satisfy somebody somewhere in the triple bottom line? And everything will somehow tie into the people, planet, profit. If you're ever like, why are we doing this? On a big picture though, the planets. One thing is for sure on this planet, our population is rising. The only thing going up faster than our population is our demand for energy. And there's only two ways we can try to keep up with this. Number one is to create more of it, produce more. Number two is to just use less. But think about it like this. For every 1 kilowatt hour of energy more our planet needs, it is 3 to 100 times more expensive to generate it, whether it's coal, nuclear, renewable, it doesn't matter. Versus saying, wait a second, where do we use that 1 kilowatt hour of energy today? And let's try to reduce where we consume it. I'm saying it's way cheaper to reduce where we use as opposed to building up brand new capacity. And it would only make sense to go for the biggest consumers if that is economically the right thing to do. Buildings. Buildings use up to 72% of our electricity, 50% of our energy. They produce a whopping 38% of our carbon dioxide emissions. And if we know the cost-effective means to our energy dilemma starts off with using less, let's go for the biggest users. And that's a huge part of LEED, is reducing buildings' impact on us and the planet. How? Well, there's lots of good tools out there. We just stink at actually using them. Like the life cycle approach you've probably heard of before. Don't look at one stage of our building or product's impact. Look at how it was created, from extraction, transportation, manufacturing, using it, end of life. And this perspective gives you a much more realistic way to compare buildings or to compare environmental attributes of even products. So we'll see these good principles being used in LEED throughout the day. Okay, everybody, I know how we are all from very different backgrounds here, and that means we have different levels of knowledge, different levels of experience, which is great because we are here to learn. However, it also means that I need to try and define any word I think you may not have come across before. If I do not do that well enough, please tell me. I'm happy to answer any questions at all. If just throw it in the chat. I always have my eye on the chat. If you have any questions or you need me to repeat myself, just ask. Or better yet, if you have something that you are studying or a project you're working on that can add to the topic we're talking about, please share. Like, I'm here to learn too. So don't hesitate. If you're asking something super off topic, don't worry. I'll tell you, and we'll talk about it after class. This is an exam prep course, so I am kind of geared to you passing this exam, but there is a lot to do so. You need to have a lot of really good, neat, interesting information in your head. So I'll start off with a couple of easy definitions, some of which you probably already know, like a hard cost. Excuse me. That is like the building of the building, on-site construction, where a soft cost is more design side, in the office, consulting fees. One thing we don't always love in green buildings is value engineering. One thing we've seemed to have mastered is making sure our buildings always go over budget. And the first thing that comes out of an over budget building, everybody, are the green items. Look, we are not removing our fire escape to cut costs before our LED lights. No fire escape, no building code. You can't be a building if you break the law. So unfortunately, the items that get cut are often the green items. And then LEED, see that controlling costs and everybody involved in doing so from the get-go is a really important part. So we don't cut our green items nearing the end of the project. Excuse me, systems thinking approach. That is a little bit different than you think. It sounds like it's not like a system engineering wise. It's like, what's around the building? Like, what's the system in our surroundings? Are you in the middle of downtown or middle of nowhere? Like, if you're in the middle of nowhere, you need to build roads, water, electrical systems, and all that new infrastructure could have a bigger impact than the building itself. And like, how are people even going to get there? Now everybody needs a car. So thinking about things like how people get to the building eventually and how it fits into the system around it is a big part of LEED that we'll see. And an open loop is like cradle to grave. When you make a product, use it, end of life, garbage. Closed loop is what we prefer. Make it, use it, end of life, reuse it in the same or separate process to try to close that loop and reduce waste. Okay, everybody, these are all the categories. And we'll go through them soon. But how it's structured, everyone, is the category is like the umbrella. And then within it, there are credits. And those credits are worth points. I'll say that again. Umbrella is the category. Within, we have credits. Different credits, different point values. Why is one credit, though, worth more than another credit? It is loosely based on these 7 impact categories. For example, LEED says, if that credit reverses our contribution to climate change more than another credit, you'll see that one credit could be, well, worth more points. We're also hoping our credits enhance our health, human health and well-being, protect our water, our biodiversity, our other resources, a greener economy, and overall social equity improvements. So these are pretty high level ideas, right? These are loosely how the points were assigned. These are goals of LEED. But if you're confused at any point and like, why is this credit worth so much compared to the last one? Flip back to here and you might see the light. And remember, you don't need to memorize these all word for word. You need to be aware of them, but also remember it's a multiple choice exam, right? So this is going to be in front of you. And for me, when I study differently when I know I just have to know this well enough to be able to recognize it on a page rather than have to memorize it so I can write it in like a short answer. For me, that's a little bit different. Yeah, the impact categories are connected to the triple bottom line. You can, you can kind of see that each of them has something to do with people, planet, profit. But you can make the argument that anything could be connected to the triple bottom line, to be honest. Okay, so a lot of you have seen a certified building, right? You've probably seen the plaque on the wall, on the door, on the lobby door. They like to show it off. I would too. It's a challenge. How does it get there? So the steps to actually certify a building is number one, register the project. And that means you've done nothing. It just means you're thinking about it. But it's the first step. It's a low flat fee, not much money. Then once you actually build the building and submit all of your documentation and actually have to certify it, the cost is on like $1 per square foot. So the bigger the building, the more there is to review. But these costs are usually in like the 5 to 15 grand range. The owner and agent is not the same as a lead project administrator. Um, it can be anybody, but the project administrator is usually the uh, lead consultant, somebody like me. Okay. Um, alrighty, alrighty. So usually the project administrator is someone like me, like a sustainability or a lead consultant. Just Google this in your area. There are a ton of different providers of these services because there's a lot of owners and developers that want to get their building LEED certified. And doing so usually requires help from somebody like me for all the documentation and how to do it. And it's a big business now, to be honest. And as the project administrator, I'm setting up LEED Online. Okay. LEED Online is our tool to submit our proof that we right, and I'll show you what it looks like next slide. And this is a scorecard. You'll see it in the textbook, but it's just a list of every credit, and we usually use it as like a tracking or like a goal setting measure, but it's just a list of all the credits together. That's what a scorecard is. And this is the exciting interface of LEED Online. Thrilling stuff, I know. Pretty boring. What's the project timeline? Who's on my project team? What are they? What do we need from them to prove the credits? But everyone, this is all I care about. This is where all the action happens, the uploads tab. That's where you submit everything, your proof, drawings, pictures, documents, signatures, and a credit form that says, hey, for credit number 1, make sure you have documents X, Y, Z. You got them all perfect, submit them. A credit form is just a checklist to make sure you have everything you need to prove you meet a credit. Any questions right now?
Are there any, is there anything preventing a homeowner from doing the LEED certification process on their own home? Like, is there ethical overview in that situation?
Yes, so there's always going to be the same like third party review from Lead Online. Homes, we're going to talk about that in a bit different, a little bit, because LEED is really only made for new homes or like completely gut renovations. For actual single family homes and like minor renovations, you're going to use principles in LEED and you're going to use a lot of different sustainable techniques. But it doesn't really fit for, minor to medium sized renovations. Um, there's net zero homes for single family homes. I'm probably gonna, I think I have one of my first LEED homes project coming up. We'll talk. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that one. But there's like net zero homes and also passive house, which I prefer for single family homes. For like subdivisions though, where you're doing cookie cutter homes, LEED is pretty good as well. Um, okay, sorry, just asking a question. On the test, will acronyms be used? They'll usually give both, where if they don't give both, it'll be the full thing, but it will rarely be just the acronym. Sometimes in my questions, I use the acronym only because I think you should know it. It's helpful. Oh, actually, we're going to talk about homes in a second, Crystal, right here. So that wasn't even a planted question, I promise. Now, there's 5 rating systems now in LEED. So over the years, one thing I like LEED recognizing is different buildings have totally different needs from a sustainable standpoint. And so we have 5 rating systems. The first rating system is called BD&C, Building Design and Construction. And this is for new buildings or major renovation. So like if you are overhauling a building's HVAC system, that usually fits into BD&C. Okay. There are market adaptations within BD&C. So this is for new buildings and major renovations, but there's different types of new buildings, right? Because a new school doesn't have any servers or server rooms, so it has a few unique uh, credits compared to a data center. So new construction, by the way, 90% of all LEED buildings are BD&C new construction. It's the easiest thing to make green as a new building, and it was the first rating system 20 years ago. So new construction is the most common because it's the most general, like it's just for new residential and new commercial buildings. And then there's variations or adaptations for data centers, warehouses, hospitality, retail, healthcare, schools up to grade 12. And they each just have a few unique credits, but they're all super similar, okay? Core and shell, that one's a little bit of a different one. So I'll give you an example of a core and shell building that I worked on. Um, I was working for Tridel, this developer here, and they were building an 8-story office condo, but they did not know who the tenants were going to be. So they didn't want to like put all the wrong stuff inside, like offices for a salon to come in, and then they're like, why do we have offices here? So what they did was just build the shell, like the exterior walls, windows, roof, floor, and the shared hallways and shared lobby spaces, and that's it. And then I think Bank of America, like they bought the whole floor 5 and they put everything that they wanted to. Like I'm saying, everything. They picked their own lighting. They picked their own HVAC systems for their space, furniture, flooring, all of it. And they did what's called a tenant fit out. And they can go for ID&C, interior design and construction. And this is for tenants to actually fit out their space to a LEED standard. Now, they don't have to. Like, I'll tell you an example. I remember there was, in that same building, actually, there was like this weird research lab, not weird, it was like a lab that used all these crazy energy consumptions, and they just couldn't satisfy the requirements for LEED. But part of my job as a LEED core and shell project administrator was I wrote this like 100-page guide kind of saying, hey, this is how the whole house is structured. Or house. This is how the building is structured. This is where the daylight is when it's there. This is how different options for you to place different pieces of furniture. So while we, in that case, the developer, went for LEED core and shell, each tenant has the option to go for I, D, and C for their space. But they can be done separately. Like I did this Gucci store in New York City that just wanted its interior space to get fit out to a high standard. But usually they go together. Thank you, Bella. A white box, corn shell. I didn't even know that. I learned something today. Okay, bye. That's enough for today then. I did it. I learned something. I actually had no idea. That's awesome. Yeah, I wish I worked for the developer at that time. I think they made a lot of money on that building. Now, LEED for operations and maintenance or existing building retrofits. Okay. So most people come into the class and think this has got to be the most popular, right, Lauren? Well, I don't blame them. I'm looking outside right now. Oh, that half that tree came down. I think we had a big storm here last night. I'm looking at all these buildings, and most of them, they're here. We're in them. I'm looking at them. Everything's existing. 100% of the built environment exists, technically. And most of these buildings suck a ton of energy and leak even more right on out. So what a huge potential for improvement. So why isn't this more popular? Well, I go to these existing buildings owners, these old school people, and I say, hey, you should really improve your lighting, your HVAC, your windows. If you do, you can save a bunch of energy, in turn money, maybe even save the world. But they say, Lauren, look at my occupancy rate and look at the rental revenue that I'm making. I'm not complaining. But if I can just show them one thing, a tangible item, like $1 million LED lighting retrofit can save 300-400 grand a year with a 2 or 3 year payback. And once they see the merit of that, hopefully they'll give you the rest of your their projects and portfolio to do a deeper retrofit on. But it is a challenging argument still today. And it gets easier though every year. Look, energy prices are rising, buildings are getting older and leakier. And as those really old school owners die off, it'll be a little easier to convince the future generation to do so. Terrible, I know. How crude. But anyway, one actual policy change that we're seeing become more popular is something called energy benchmarking. This, you don't even know this stuff, but it's very important. So like New York City right now, they are making you rank your building, if you're an owner, amongst a group of similar buildings. And if you're in the bottom 10% of efficiencies, you have to retrofit or you get fined in 2030. And so that it's pretty much just like a little competition, right? A competition with possible big fines, but it makes my job way easier because I give them the business case. I'm like, hey, give me $1 million now. I'll make your improvements and you'll get 400 or 500 grand a year savings in energy. Say 200 grand a year in savings in energy. And then you're making money after year 5. Or kick the can down the road and be forced to do it in 2030, where your savings are going to be prolonged and you're going to get fined. So those kinds of policies, rather than just money handouts, are very effective, in my opinion, at getting people on board who would otherwise be complacent. Yeah, so it's kind of like at that point in time, I mean, you're right. But yes, someone always has to be in the bottom 10%. You're right. You got to take like a snapshot of that timing. And then they'll probably do it again in, 10. Fourth one is LEED for Homes. I was just talking about, and I'd said that homes is not just for single family homes though. Like it's up to 3 stories, even 8 stories for mid-rise. So like small, medium, or even medium size, residential apartments, they can fit into homes. Okay, doesn't have to go for B, D, and C. But homes is very different. It's newer. There's credits like compact development in it that say, if I go to like Drake's home in Toronto, it's like whatever, 20,000 square feet for a family of 4 people. I don't care. how efficient your claim your house is, that's not a sustainable home. You could put 10 families in that McMansion. You could put 10 homes on that piece of land, right? Nobody needs that much crazy space to live. So we have credits like compact development to say build more to what you need, don't live in silly excess. There's also these two helpers that actually come on site called a LEED for Homes provider and a green rater. So this trips people up because normally nobody from LEED comes on site. Everything goes through LEED online, and that's drawings, pictures, even your as-built construction drawings and documents. For those who don't know, it's what it sounds like. It's what you actually built, approved by your permitting city. And if that doesn't represent what you actually built, you have way bigger problems to worry about than LEED. But those documents are what the GBCI uses to review everything to make sure we built it properly. However, as I said, for homes, it's the only one where we have these two helpers that just come check on site and make sure we're on the right track and does some documentation for us. Otherwise, nobody physically comes on site to check. LEED for neighborhood development is our fifth and final one. And it's where we're trying to go in this industry. You know, we're looking at a building on its own can only do so much, but an entire neighborhood where you can live, work, play, go to school, it's walkable, you're sharing infrastructure and amenities, that's going to make a big difference. But they're massive projects. So there's not that many of them right now. I was just, you probably heard of the New York City just got its fifth one, though. It's called the Hudson Yards Project. In Toronto, we just got our first one called the West Donlands Project. It's actually just in there last week. I hadn't really walked around. It's pretty neat. But it's all about, you know, living, working, playing, sharing amenities, sharing infrastructure, cohesively, a community together. So you're not doing the traditional live, work, play all separately. I've seen more pop up as I work my way through the years and through North America, but they're just massive projects. So there's only some of them, and those are the 5 rating systems, everybody. And your building has to fit into one of those 5. There's also these 2 kind of special approaches. One is called LEED for campus. So your university, let's say it's making a medical campus in the town over, 10 miles away. And instead of applying 10 separate times for those 10 buildings in the medical campus that are going up, you can apply all of them in one campus umbrella. Just like by being in the same place, you know, there's a ton of overlapping credits right off the bat. So you just speed up the process so you don't clog it all up. The same idea as LEED volume, except it doesn't have to be in the same area, but rather just the same similar building. So a great example is like Target. They expanded into Canada a few years back, or 10 years ago now already. And their buildings were pretty much identical. Pretty much identical across the board. But instead of actually applying 100 separate times, I think they took 30 of them and applied at once and got them all certified to LEED Silver. If you don't live in Canada, Target, you won't know that Target really screwed up their launch and pulled out of Canada a few years later. But thanks for the LEED buildings while you were here. It's just 2 ways to kind of speed up the process, everybody, for buildings in similar places. We had a question where a project could fit under more than one category. Perfect question, Amin. That is my next slide. Another non-planted question, I swear. There's something called the 40-60 rule, in which if 60% or more of a building's gross floor area pertains to one building type, that's the one you use. Gross floor area, for those unfamiliar with that term, it's the cumulative square feet of the building. So if this is 100 square feet, right? If this is 100 square feet, 1, 2, 3, 300 square feet, right? That is my gross floor area. Just add up the square feet of the building, okay? And if more than 60% of that pertains to one rating system, that's the one you use. Now, in real life, nobody uses this silly 40-60 rule thing. It's really darn obvious most of the time. It's like, is this an existing building or is it a new building? And ultimately the project team decides. But if they ever ask on the exam, how do you want to pick, are you supposed to pick a rating system? Check off the 46 rule and then forget about it because no one uses it. So to better understand this, because people have a tough time with it, the only time this 40-60 rule is really applicable is, say, here's an existing building, right? And we are building a small addition onto it. Because the existing is more than 60% of the total size of the new building, the whole thing goes under O&M. Versus if this is existing and we're sticking a huge new addition onto it, then the whole thing goes for B, D, and C because more than 60% of the floor area is a new building, okay? So that is more than you need to know for that silly rule. I just have to say it because if it comes up on the exam, I want you to be able to answer it. Okay. All right, we got through the kind of background grind of this class. So good job, everybody. Good job, me. Now we're gonna we're talking about the only one thing for the rest of the day, everyone, and it is just how do we get the points? Okay. So take 30 seconds and memorize these points. Now, very seldomly do any point related questions at all come up on the exam, but I guarantee you if there is 1 point question, it is this. So you need to know these points, everyone. Is there a trick? I don't know. Look, the S kind of looks like a 5, the G kind of looks like a 6, the P kind of looks like an 8, the C, never mind. But that's 3 out of 4. That's not bad, huh? Right, 40 certified, 50 silver, 60 gold, and the trick is you jump up 20 to 80 at platinum, okay? And we need to know that there's 110 total possible points. So this is the only real points you need to know in the Green Associate exam. The AP, you have to know a lot more detail. Now, before we can even touch those points, we need to comply with something called minimum program requirements, or MPRs. Minimum program requirements are absolute bare minimum mandatory items. If you miss one, you cannot be LEED certified. With that said, they're really, really easy. Now, the first one is, oops. The first one is permanently located on existing land. What is I teach this course in Dubai every few years, and they have those really cool, huge artificial islands that spring off their coast. I don't know how sustainable that was. Why are we building land into our seas? We have more than enough land we can build on already. So you can't build a LEED building on a piece of land that doesn't exist yet. So if it's already there, you know, a lot of cities like Toronto have built out into our lakes. We didn't do the bad thing. We can use it. It has to be permanently located. No moving buildings, no mobile homes. There's 16 points based on your location. So you can't move the building. Once it's there, it stays on site. Okay. So that's super easy, everybody. The next one is a reasonable LEED boundary. Essentially, be honest with what's on your site. Don't gerrymander, which you've heard of in American politics, I'm sure. So for example, if there's this swamp here, okay, and it's a contaminated swamp, and we don't want to have to, redo it all, or we don't have to remediate it. You can't just not tell them about it. You know what I mean? You got to be honest with what's on your site. You have to put a lot of different maps and proof of it. So it's usually you're just submitting your property, what you want in your property area. I see that question. I got your email with all the questions. I'm just in the middle of replying to it. So I'll just send you how far I've gotten so far because I actually have answered a lot of these questions already. So let me I'll reply to that list at the break where I'm at so far. So I don't have to do it twice. Now, this is number 2 here. So gerrymandering, you just don't lie about what's on your site. That's the gist of it. Now, The other part of number 2 is a 2% gross floor area to site area ratio. So this is how efficiently you're using your site. And this is a big theme in LEED, right? We don't want to encourage sprawl, right? In Canada, in America, we love to accommodate people moving in our cities by building out and out and out in places that weren't habited before, in very low density ways. And when we do that, now we need roads, water, infrastructure, no public transit. It's too low density. No, why don't we build within our communities? Why don't we expand our existing communities? That is a much better idea. And this 2% though is just how efficiently we're using your site, and it's kind of a joke. Like this is, say this is our site, it's 100,000 square feet. The building has to be at least 1,000 square feet on 2 floors or 2,000 square feet on 1 floor. That's 2% building to site area ratio. I'm looking at the building I'm in right now. Like it's a small 3-story building, right? And it's a lot line site. So that's 1, 2, 3, 300% for a small 3-story building. Like this 2% is the barest of minimums. We'll see how a big theme is building up and not out, and building where buildings already are. And then lastly, it just has to be at least 1,000 square feet to be considered for LEED. Anything smaller than that, I don't really need LEED to tell me that it's just sustainable. I can see it already. And it has to be built for somebody, no like ghost buildings. Build a building for somebody. So everybody, these 3 items are pretty straightforward. You might be thinking, why do they exist? I've never been a part of a project which I even had to look at these, pretty much automatically comply, but we need to be aware that they exist. Okay. Definitely walkable cities is a part of LEED's goals. And we will talk about that a lot in location and transportation when we get there. Okay. After our minimum program requirements, we have prerequisites. These are also mandatory. They are worth no points, and most categories have a few. Why they exist is, think about it. In Toronto, where I'm at, and many places in North America, water might be cheap, and I might say, whatever. Who cares about the water efficiency of my building? I'm going to focus elsewhere on energy. That's where the money is. You cannot do that in LEED. LEED is a whole building rating system, and the prerequisites make sure you are at least this energy efficient, at least 5% energy efficient, 40%, 20% more water efficient, bring in this much fresh air. So once you hit all prerequisites, at least you have a minimum level of sustainability in all facets of the building. And then you can say, okay, LEED, I did it. I'm 20% more water efficient because you made me. I don't care. Fine. I care now. But now I'm going to care about, now I'm going to do what I want. Okay. So these are the credits. This is where you pick and choose. This is the majority of LEED. You pick credits depending on how many points it's worth, how much it's going to cost you, how important it is to you. It's the owner, developer. They're deciding what goes into their building. And the intent of each credit is the most important thing we need to understand for us today, for the Green Associate. The why. How does doing this idea result in a more sustainable building or world? You know, the people who understand the intents and the people who can see interactions, like doing this credit will help or hinder another credit. If you get to that level of understanding, those are the people that have the easiest time on the exam. You don't need to. That's not even part of my steps. But if you can really see the big picture like that, you get it. Now, listen, the requirements are out of the scope of this class. Okay? The requirements are the points per credit, the percentage thresholds, the detailed calculations. And that is what the AP focuses on. However, I'm going to talk a lot about different requirements today because it's the only way you'll wrap your head around some of the more complicated credits. But I will remind you, you do not need to memorize them, okay? Now, we are going to start going through one category at a time, but I need us all to imagine that we are building a brand new office in a downtown core. Okay? A brand new office in a downtown core. That means we're using the BD&C rating system and the new construction market adaptation. That is what we're using today. That is what the Green Associate is based on. That is what our exams are based on. This is the one that 90% of buildings go for, okay? And this one you're going to use probably. It's the most common. All right. So unless I specifically say otherwise, apply the question or the credit to a new office in a downtown core like New York City. Okay? The integrated design process, everybody. This is a big theme in LEED. It's also known as like the holistic approach, which is generally a sustainable principle. And it's all about collaborating. You know, traditionally, everybody built the building in a vacuum. Each stakeholder built the building in a vacuum. Sorry, excuse me. We don't want that. For example, if I'm the building envelope guy, which is actually my specialty, which just means making a nice, tight, insulated wall, and you're designing the HVAC system, and we do not collaborate, I might make my wall too tight, and now your HVAC is way more efficient than it has to be. And that's over designing the building, which is not the cost-effective approach we want and need in LEED. So in LEED, what we do is try to encourage collaboration by hosting this little thing called a LEED charrette, which is a fancy word for a Kickstarter pre-design workshop. So an example of one that I led recently, there was 8 owners around a boardroom table. And then each project team design had a couple of people there and some construction consultants. And for 5 hours, we brainstormed. We were like, what are the components of the building we want? And what are the components we want to be sustainable? And we started spitting out ideas. And we had different ideas on the board. And then I would have the owners start to rank them to establish what's called the owner's project requirements, which is simply what the owner wants in more technical terms. Okay. Look, at the end of the day, we're building the building for the owner. It's what the owner wants. It's what the owner needs. And if we don't, we're not getting hired again. They're paying us. And what they want, we need to fit in and make our opinions heard and help. But it's what they want at the end of the day. And what I do is take that owner's project requirements back to the office and turn it into the basis of design, which is a fancy word for a technical version of what the owner wants to share with other people working on the project so they know the goals too. Now, the real reason I do this, and I try to get everybody involved in the earliest stage of the project, is to avoid this, a design change midway through a building. Trust me when I tell you it's very expensive to redesign a half-built building, and I've seen it happen so many times. If you can just get everybody around a table, get introduced to each other, get people thinking about their goals, you know, maybe you'll figure a way to say, is this could hinder their energy goals or their this goals, or this could help them, or maybe they can help me. And just having that in the back of your mind, even subconsciously, will impact the way you think and maybe get you to ask that question or make an obstacle plan or contingency plan for an obstacle that you might need help. So just getting everyone together and working collaboratively for any project is good, but especially for buildings to avoid these expensive changes halfway through construction. Location and transportation is our first like real major category. That one just had our first little one. And now, oh, by the way, how I prove this is I take meeting minutes. Everybody signs a attendance sheet. I usually take like a goofy picture for good measure, and that's it. Okay, that's how this one works. Not too bad. Now, I'll explain these boxes in a moment, but there are no prerequisites for this category. So that means you could skip the whole category if you wanted to, but that would be a silly idea because you have 16 points available here, all based on where you are building, what's around the building, and how people eventually will get to the building. That is this credit category. And this is our first credit within it. As a reminder, everybody, you do not need to know the points per credit or these little details. What we need to understand for the Green Associate is what the goal is, the intent, and yes, what the requirements are, but as I said, not the little details. That's for the AP. So sensitive land protection, for one, it says don't build on a sensitive area or a green field. A green field, for those who don't know, just think of it as nature, right? In LEED, it's defined as anything up until like agriculture. So if there's like a parking lot, that's no longer a green field. That's a previously developed. So look, everybody, for 1 point, option 1 says pick a previously developed site. Okay. Where are we building? New York City? That was easy. I don't know any undeveloped land you can build on in New York City, so automatically you get the point there. But if you're in a rural area, not much around, how about avoiding prime farmland, floodplains, endangered species, wetlands, bodies of water? Simply put, there are better places to build with less sensitive ecosystems. Pick one of those instead. That's what I'm saying here. But remember, even if you build on a piece of prime farmland, because maybe that's your way, the cards you've been dealt, that's fine. This is 1 point. There's 110. You only need 40 for certified, 80 platinum, right? This is a credit, 1 point. Up to us of what credits to actually pursue. Our next one's a high priority site. So these are sites that have an extra challenge, regulation, and developers are like scared of them. But maybe we don't want them to be scared. Maybe instead we want them to actually take that challenge on and build on something like a brownfield, which is just a contaminated site, like a decommissioned gas station. You've seen them just sit there for decades. Get in there, remediate, and reuse it. An infill site is a site where 75% of its surroundings are developed, and that has its challenges on its own. Historic districts, always extra architectural regulations to fit into that historic area. But it's probably good to encourage development in a historic district because often there's very hardy communities there with people and amenities around you. And the way that some credits like this work is LEED offers you points as like a dangling carrot in front of you as an incentive to take that challenge on. And that's how some of the LEED credits work as well. There's also a second option here called priority designated sites. And that is all about piggybacking off of some standards, mainly in the US. I've never done this one, but like an opportunity zone, if you've heard of that in New York City, where areas of socioeconomic distress we want to encourage development in. We give tax breaks and then an extra point in this credit. But yeah, that's how this credit works here. And like a brownfield has the highest points, I guess, compared to like a historic district because it's more difficult to remediate a contaminated site. But again, reminder, you don't need to know the points at all. Surrounding density and diverse uses is a big one. It's a lot easier to show you with a picture, so that's what I'm going to do. So take a look here. This is our new building, right? This obviously it's green. We're going to draw a 1/4 mile radius circle around our building. And within that circle, I want to add up all the square feet of all the buildings within that radius. So all the gross floor area. And then you take that big number of all the square feet and you divide it by the acres of land in that same on the ground in that 1/4 mile radius. So think about what that gives you, right? It's a density. That's it, density. How many building square feet up per acre of land, right? That's it. How dense are your surroundings? And the way LEED looks at it is the higher the density, the better. Because if there's a bunch of buildings around you, there's a bunch of people in those buildings. And those people are serviced by infrastructure and amenities. We can share them. We can hook into them. We can expand on them. So that's the idea behind this option one. Build where there are buildings. And then to what Crystal mentioned before about the 15-minute walking cities, that's kind of what the second part of option two talks about, which is diverse uses. So if you build on Wall Street and you see there's 20 banks around you, that's not very helpful. I want one bank and one restaurant and a grocery store, pharmacy, post office, school, barbershop, all these different items that are walkable. And LEED apparently says we're not too lazy to walk a half mile door to door unobstructed walking distance. If you think about a walking score, you probably heard that term when you're looking at an apartment or a house. This is like the walking score of the building, okay? And so these three credits and the location side of the triple bottom line. And now the other half of it, oh, sorry, the triple bottom line, transportation, sorry. I'm sorry, any questions about those first few? We're going to get into our second half of the category, which is logically, you guessed it, all about transportation. No, Bella, you don't have to memorize any of those calculations, but it's always good to know. It's understanding how density is calculated is pretty important. I would say you should know that, yeah, like square feet per acre, but you can like just deduce that based on what we're looking for there. If the unit is square foot per acre, we're looking at exactly that, building square feet over acre of land. So it's always, a lot of those things are good to know. It's the specific numbers and points for credit that's what the AP touches and not the green associate. But good question. So our second half of the category of location and, you guessed it, transportation, accounts for 33% of our greenhouse. 33%. Remember what buildings we're at, everybody? 38. Together, that's over 70. That's like the majority of our greenhouse gases. So my question now, is there a way to not only reduce our transportation emissions, but also our building emissions, and how and where we build? And the answer is yes. Because think about it like this. Where do these emissions come from? Where do we travel to? We usually start at building A and then we end up building B. And how we get from building A to building B is where most of these emissions come from. So the next four credits share the same intent. I want to discourage everybody from driving a gas guzzler alone. Think about it. If everybody came to our building in a Hummer alone, that's the worst thing for the environment. If we can encourage alternative means such as public transportation, let's do it. And that's our first credit, access to quality transit. Look, if you're building within a quarter mile of a bus or streetcar or half mile of a subway stop, bus rapid transit, people are going to use it. If you got employees using your subway every day to get to the office, then they're probably going to try to live near some form of public transportation. If we get people living and working near public transportation, maybe they'll get rid of their car completely and just rely on that. Like you would in New York City. But there's also a minimum trip count, because if one bus comes by every hour, that's not helpful. I want multiple routes, multiple times per hour to get my people where they need to be. And when we look at this, is an actual, this is one of my first credits I did years ago of how to actually document it, okay? So I'm looking here, and I thought in my head, even before I looked at like the reference guide required documents, look, I know the requirements, right? What's the easiest way to prove it? And in my head, I was like, I don't know, I'll take a picture of Google Maps. And then I just went to the public transportation website, downloaded and submitted and summarized the route frequency. And that is literally the official way. You see 2 bus stops within 400 meters or a quarter mile. Leeds American based, so we're talking imperial units because y'all are stuck on that for some reason. But we get, they always do give us both units on the exam. mainly for the AP. And then I just summarized and submitted the root frequency. And this is something I love about LEED, because many of the credits are like this, logical, in the sense of this is what's required, so prove it in the easiest way possible. And so I like that a lot about LEED. Bikes are the next one. People used to say, oh yeah, LEED, whatever, put a bike rack on there, building, and you got a LEED gold. It's a little more involved than that. You need to have bike parking for visitors and full-time occupants that are covered. You have to have showers for your like if people are biking to work on a sunny summer day, no one's going to be happy if they don't have anywhere to freshen up. And this is kind of the way that I see LEED and we can influence human behavior. Like I just assume everyone out there is the laziest they could ever be. But if I make it just easy enough to ride public transit or just easy enough to ride bikes, then people will try to shift their behavior. And that's how I think, designers, builders can impact how we live. We talked about this briefly in parking. The US has twice as many parking spots as people. I know Canada's even worse than that. Don't build more than we have to. Just build the minimum by law. And reserve some spaces for carpooling to encourage that and enforce it. And lastly is green vehicles. You don't need to be a Tesla. Most low emitters, some hybrids, anything with an ACEEE score, which is what LEED uses to rate green vehicles. The way to encourage them is very similar. Reserve parking for them, or how about offering a discount? How about offering free parking if you drive these vehicles? And equip 2% of your spaces with EV charging stations, which honestly now this is a little bit dated because everyone does that now. EVs have taken off. So this credit is kind of very low hanging fruit nowadays. And this is just how I documented the 8 spaces where I put this EV charging station. Any questions about the transportation and the 4 different ways we have shown to discourage people from driving alone in a gas-powered automobile?
I'm not sure I understood the minimum trip count.
No problem. For the minimum trip count, it's pretty much you tally up, if it's a bus stop, for example, you just tally up how many weekday stops there are versus how many weekend stops there are. And then depending on your threshold, it's like if you hit this, you get 2 points. If you hit this, you get 3 points. And it's just calculated based on a weekday stop or a weekend stop average. Yeah, they actually changed that a lot from version 3 to 4. So I think I explained it a little bit better with an example in the textbook. A reminder, I'm happy to answer any questions like that, but you will not need to know those specific details and point totals. Bella says, so we just need to know the actual intents, or we need to know the specifics to get the points. You should definitely understand the requirements because the intent is, kind of pretty general. So you definitely need to understand that. Yes, we're trying to discourage, and how we're doing that is, public transit, bikes, reduce parking footprint, and have an idea of what's asked. It's these little details, the percentages and those thresholds. That's what you do not need to know, Bella. Honestly, those kinds of questions, you're gonna have a way better understanding of, like, just once you try one of the practice exams, or once we do our 25 question practice exam in class at the end of the day, you'll probably get a better idea of the level of detail. There's no minimum credit per category. So, like, as I said, I mean, you could skip this whole category if you didn't want to do any of them. The prerequisites are the mandatories, which we'll see in next category. Now, LEED for neighborhood development location, everybody. This is encouraging future developments within certified neighborhoods. So, for example, Hudson Yards, right? This is a big project area, right? It's huge. There's lots of buildings, but there's also empty plots of land. So let's say we buy a plot of land within that neighborhood development. Because you are in an already certified LEED Gold neighborhood, your new building automatically gets 12 points in this category. but you don't go for the last 7 credits that we just talked about, because the idea is if it complies with neighborhood development, it satisfied those 7 credits already, or most of them. So this is just encouraging future development within already certified neighborhoods. With that said, as I mentioned, there's not many neighborhood development certified out there yet. So this is much more of a forward-looking credit. Okay? This is more forward-looking credit that we will see increase in popularity, hopefully, as there's more neighborhood developments out there. Okay, everybody. So there's been a good amount of questions, and we started a little late, so we're a little bit behind time, which is fine. But what we're gonna do is I just want like a 5-minute bathroom break here. Like that's it. We're gonna come back. We're gonna knock out a few more categories. We're gonna take like a lunch kind of break for 20, 25 minutes, come back and wrap up. Okay. So, but seriously, just 5 minutes, please. This is a real coffee stretching bathroom break. 5-minute break. Okay, starting at 2:45 again. So 5 minutes, everyone stretch. I'm gonna go do the same. Okay, everybody, come on back and take your seats, please. We are just about to get started again. Dun-dun-dun.
So Lauren, you're now kind of trying to define, how every category would work under each of the five, like BD plus C or O&M, etc.
We're just doing BD and C really. So the Green Associate really just focuses on BD and C credits. So the
Okay.
difference between BD and C to O&M to ID and C, it's not huge. Like all the category titles are the same, but the things that it's asking are different. So for like location and transportation, in an ideal world, you actually pick your site with LEED in mind. For an
Uh-huh.
existing building, you got your site, right? You're stuck.
Okay. Okay.
So
Yeah.
for that one, for example, it like encourages like telecommuting or car, like so that credit is completely different. Whereas like the energy and water efficiency ones are very similar between a new and an existing building. That and the biggest difference is like for a new building, you're comparing to baselines. For an existing building, you're comparing to yourself. You're trying to beat yourself and your past. That's the
Okay.
main difference. But for Green Associate wise, everything is always BD and C related, unless they like specifically say in the question, this is a LEED O&M building.
Okay.
No problem, no problem. Okay. If you have a webcam and don't mind turning it back on, I'd appreciate it. I'd love to see if any of my jokes actually land or if they're bad. So our next one after location and transportation, everybody, is sustainable sites. Sustainable sites. This is all looking at, are we hurting the site? Are we helping the site? Are we damaging it or rehabbing it? Pretty much the site itself that we're building. Okay, everybody, excuse me. These boxes are what's called my naming convention. So this is like how I memorized the credits. Sorry, I just got a cough. Sorry about that, excuse me. You do not need to know this at all. If you are studying for the AP, this is how you memorize the credits. For the Green Associate, you don't need to know it at all, but I'm going to break it down anyway. Take a look. SS is the category, in this case, sustainable sites. The P is if it's a prerequisite. The C is if it's a credit. The name, the D in parentheses if it's done in the design phase. The C is if it's done during construction. And the min and max points of new construction schools and core and shell, which are the three most popular adaptations in BD and C. And the Y if there's an exemplary performance point. We'll talk about it at the end of the day, that bonus point. I'm not trying to confuse y'all by showing you these. Just some people want a little more information, right? So if I don't mention the point total for a credit, always just flip back to this slide and you can see how it's broken down. Okay, but this is not what you need to know. That's for the AP. The first prerequisite we have today is called construction activity pollution prevention. So remember, if you don't get this prerequisite, it's not like you just miss out on the sustainable sites credits. No, you can't be LEED certified. The whole point of the prerequisites is to make sure you touch each category. Okay. So this one's mandatory. Now, if you've ever been to a construction site, you probably notice it's a real big mess. There are trucks driving dirt onto the road, chemicals spilling, rainwater washing off, erosion there, sediment. Keep your mess on your site is the whole goal. That's what we're talking about here. I don't want to see any of those wind blowing dirt into my neighbor's site. And LEED was doing its thing, making its own guidelines, being okay, first do this, second do that. When they said, why are we doing this ourselves? There's standards out there. There's the EPA's construction general permit. They have great recommendations. Let's just use that. So we're going to start seeing LEED do this more. And I like this a lot. They say, why are we reinventing the wheel? Let's take these good and often underused existing standards, piggyback off them, and incorporate them in the whole rating system. Don't reinvent the wheel. And this standard tells you to use control blankets and things like here we have silt fencing to prevent our dust blowing to neighbors, filters under catch basins. And listen, honestly, any half decent construction manager would do this without even thinking. But for the really bad ones out there, now you have to, because it's a mandatory prerequisite. Okay? But that's the only prerequisite in this whole category. Not bad. Keep your mess on your site. Now to our first credit in this category called site assessment, which is probably the easiest credit in the whole ballgame, in my opinion. LEED says if you want to use that site to the best it can be used, you better understand what is on it. And prove to me that you do by just describing it. Is it hilly or flat topography? Aquifer below, hydrology. Are there streams, native vegetation, indigenous soils? What are we using it for? And you've probably already done this in a different format, but just answer a few questions in each of these topics and you get the easiest point in the whole thing. Describe your site, right? That's it. Our next one is protecting or restoring our habitat. So this is, just look up here, it's easier to explain in a picture. So first off, if there's a greenfield portion of your area, protect it. Don't build on it. Let it be, it's living. Let it be nature. Hooray. And restore a developed portion of your land if there is. So let's say this is a parking lot. Try to restore 25% of it with native and adaptive vegetation that tries to bring it back to its greenfield life. Where are you going to do that though in like downtown anywhere, right? It's very tight sites. It's tough. So for a tight, difficult site, you can pay into a land trust. If you don't know what a land trust is, they say, okay, you can't fix up your own site. We'll take your money and remediate a similar condition site nearby. It ain't cheap though. Like it's 40 cents a square foot. So on our 100,000 square foot example, that's 40 grand for a point. So no shortcuts here. Sorry. That's like a very last option. Our next one's open space, which used to just mean this, vegetation. And I never understood that because I go to these different sites and I see business parks, like call them, I don't know why, where there's a building on one end of the site and then a rolling turf grass field. Turf grass, if you don't know what that is, it's like our regular sod. We don't like turf grass. It has high watering requirements, but that's besides the point. I've never seen anybody use the land. What a waste of space is what I'm getting at. So the new definition in version 4 is it has to be quality outdoor space that's usable and accessible. And all that means is encourage people to use it. So how? Well, why not just a little courtyard here with some picnic tables and a walking path to it? A bench is around a pond. A community garden, I think that's the coolest way to do it. I love community gardens. I think they're an awesome use of space. And like these are different ways of just like encouraging people to actually use that space instead of it sitting here useless and open. And in downtown, again, where are you going to do that? In this building, we looked up, right? So this is like a tiered terrace building I worked on. And to those different terraces, we had planters, umbrellas, benches, even a small green roof. Because that was the only option that we had to give our occupants access to outdoor space. And that's a fine option too. Any questions for those first few? I know that they were pretty quick. Those ones are very, as a matter of fact, kind of deal. Our next three are a lot more involved. Rainwater. We all have probably lived where our cities have gotten flooded in the last 5 years. There's a few reasons for that and why flooding is increasing. So there's something called 100-year storms, right? A storm that of a severity that only happens every 100 years. But they're not happening every 100 years anymore. They're more frequent, and that's probably due to climate change. But even more in our control is the amount of hardscapes, right? Impervious surfaces, concretes, and asphalts. Water can't infiltrate as we develop more and more. And I'm looking outside, I watch the water flow off our site and go into stormwater catch basins, and then we forget about it. We should not forget about it. It takes a lot of energy to pump the water sometimes, to remediate, and tax dollars to maintain these systems. And in places like Toronto, where we have this archaic combined storm and sewer, like when we flood, it's not just rainwater we're flooding. I know, gross, fun. So what I say, and LEED says, is try to manage your rainwater. Like keep it on your site. And the easiest way to do that is digging a hole. Dig a hole. And then grade your site, which just means sloping it in a clever way that manages the rainwater naturally and infiltrates back into the ground. Or you can build a cistern, which is a fancy word for a tank that collects excess rainwater and saves it for a dry spell or uses it for toilet water. Or permeable pavement, asphalt lets water through. I'm sure y'all have seen open grid pavement before. It's usually very muddy and weedy. This is probably photoshopped here. Bioswales are just ditches along the side of the road. And honestly, it's whatever strategy you want. And one thing I can't stand, I hear designers like seasoned 20 years, 30 years in the business, they're like, I don't want to do LEED. Nobody's going to tell me how to design my building. I say, what are you talking about? LEED tries to say, manage this amount of rainwater and pick any strategy under the sun to do so. Or don't, I don't care. LEED says not only do you get to pick what credits you want to go for, but you pick often how to meet the credit requirements. So I like that about LEED a lot. It keeps the design open-ended, which is sometimes misunderstood even by seasoned designers out there. So that's all about rain and managing it on your site and dealing with what falls on your site. Our next one is the heat island reduction. So I'm sure most of you have heard of the heat island effect before, but let me just describe it to you. Cities are 2 to 10 degrees warmer in the summers compared to residential rural counterparts. And the reason for that is the heat island. And when the sun beats down on our hardscapes, all these dark black asphalt surfaces, it absorbs that heat and holds on to it until it cools off at night and slowly radiates it into the cool night sky. But it's got nowhere to go. That's the problem, because our buildings are close together and we have wonderful pollutants like vehicle exhaust, which make it hard for the wind to push all the heat out. Before you know it, sun comes up, reheats our surface. So what that means essentially is cities don't get a chance to cool off overnight. And that increases our cooling loads. And it's hot enough already. Albedo, you probably know what that term is. It's how a surface reflects light. What we use in LEED is something called SRI, Solar Reflectance Index. How does a surface reject heat entirely? SRI. From a scale of 0 being a dark black absorptive body to 100 being the brightest, whitest reflective surface. Well, where are the hardscapes first? I look outside, I see the ground. Why don't you just shade them? If you put trees along your sidewalks, you solve the problem. Or put your buildings a little bit closer together so you don't need massive sidewalks and different roads to connect them on site. Or use a bright white concrete instead of a dark black asphalt. Or open grid pavement. We saw vegetation was good for rainwater. It's also good for the heat island effect. So that's all you can do on the ground. The roof, that's a huge contributor. Don't use black asphalt, tar, use a bright white concrete, a bright white metal cladding, or a vegetated roof. There's two different types of green roofs. One's an extensive one, or where it's just like planters, or an intensive one where you have like 10 layers and you're pretty much building land on your rooftop. In Toronto, we have a green roof bylaw. We have a green roof bylaw right here. And so we have to have 10% of our site or 10% of the roof as a vegetated roof. New York City has a similar item too. Because think about it, a green roof could help 5 credits, right? It could help with open space if you can access it, protect or restore habitat, rainwater management, the heat island effect, even save energy because it's normally a huge source of loss. But it's super expensive, these green roofs, to build. And unfortunately, I've seen a lot of green roofs turn into brown roofs because they're pretty tough to maintain as well. But as I said, it could be prices if you're in a place like New York City. And something to think about is like, in New York, take this example, a building in New York and a building in St. Louis. Nothing wrong with St. Louis. I actually love that city. I think it's unsung hero. But same building downtown, maybe the building in St. Louis is worth 20 million. The building in New York is worth 100 million. A green roof in both places to build is, say, worth 2 million. That's only 2% of the building cost in New York, but it's 10% in St. Louis. So this isn't on the exam or anything, but because money is so important in the built environment and construction, you need to think about it. And you might not want to do these more expensive sustainable items in a place like St. Louis, but in a place like New York and Toronto, where the asset values are so high, it hurts less, right? It doesn't hurt as much. You don't feel that pain of that $2 million. Just food for thought. And then parking, we know how hot cars get on service level lots. Put the parking underground. Sun can't hit that anymore. Or stack it like this parking garage as long as you have a high SRI or a green roof on top. PV panels to shade our hardscape, like this was 3 credits in one. You got the green vehicles credit because we used it for EV charging stations. Shading is good for the heat island effect. PV panels for our renewable energy credit. So there's lots of different options is what I'm getting at to try to reduce the heat island. Light pollution. Well, sorry, that's heat island effect and different ways to reduce it. Look up at the sky tonight and tell me all the stars you probably cannot see because of lovely light pollution. And there's 2 kinds, right? There's inside lights that are shining right out the windows, and there's exterior lights that we love not covering and shining with these no covered orbs up to the sky. Don't do that. Point it down to the ground. Not only do you reduce light pollution, you'll stop confusing the nocturnal animals, and at least maybe we'll see a star one day in our cities. And there's different zones, like of course a downtown core has more lighting allowance than a rural area. But essentially, right, the biggest theme in this whole category is like whatever you're doing, keep it on your site, okay? Rainwater, keep it. Heat, keep it. Light, keep it. So here we show in an energy or lighting modeling software that our lumens, which is how bright the light is, drops to 0.1 or less at the boundary, which just means no light is trespassing into our neighbor's site. So we're just going to take a minute. I want everyone to try to digest this, and then we're going to get into water. Okay, so think if you have any questions, throw it in the chat. Okay, everybody, let's get into water. Now, I have to define a bunch of types of water before um, we start the category. So potable water or potable is just water we've treated to a high enough quality that we can consume. Okay? That's it. Every credit in the whole category has one intent. Use less potable water. That's it. Okay? Like, think about it. If you can drink it, stop wasting it in your toilets or for irrigation. Black water is wastewater. So toilets, urinals, kitchen sinks, and dishwashers. If water touches human waste or food, it is wastewater. You cannot reuse it. Gray water is in between those two. Not drinkable, but not wastewater, like rainwater. You can collect it and reuse it. Processed water is water that's in the building systems. And we're going to talk about an example called makeup water used in cooling towers soon. And then anyone heard of purple pipe water ever? Purple pipe? No, a few of us. It's treated wastewater. So it's like black water, it goes through a treatment plant up to a tertiary level. It's just below drinkable. And so in Texas, you'll notice in like all their public parks, they use it. In California, where there probably shouldn't be golf courses in the desert, but there are, at least they're using purple pipe water to irrigate it. Look at your toilet when you go. GPF, it'll say on how many gallons go down the drain every flush. Same with your faucets and showers. It'll tell you how many gallons per minute. Evapotranspiration, it just is the rate we lose water through the plant's leaves. And these three are super important. One, full-time equivalent. This is how we measure occupancy in our building. So one is a 40-hour work week or an 8-hour work day. So how would you use us? There's 30 of us, say we're all together spending 4 hours for this class. 30 times 4 is 120, divided by 40 is 3. So we together are 3 full-time equivalents. Okay. It's just like an estimate of how many people are going to be in the building to determine how much water we're going to use, to determine things like how much bike parking we need to provide. It's just a guess how many people are going to be in the building. And you should just remember that it's like a full-time employee, a 40-hour work week. I keep talking, right? You have to be like 20% more water efficient. More than what? What am I comparing my building to? You need to have some kind of baseline. And we're going to use the US EPA Act or Energy Policy Act of 92 or 05, which are the same thing. And I'll show you how it's done in a moment. Water sense label is, you know how like we have Energy Star for like appliances? And water sense is the same thing, but it's for how water efficient our flush and flow fixtures are to make it easier to find efficient ones. Big picture water stats. We know a lot of our surface is covered by water, but only 1 to 3% is fresh and accessible. We look at places every week I'm seeing, but what did I see the news today? The news was in Colombia, the government is encouraging couples to shower together to save water because they have such a drought. You look at Cape Town, South Africa, they ran out of water again. This is the third time where the richest city in Africa, taps are dry. Like I know people that have moved. Like climate migration is real. You look at California's dry. You look at Michigan, still contaminated water. They're drinking that. They're talking about like desalinating water in California, ducting water from the Great Lakes up there, down there. Crazy, crazy ideas that are not the move. The move is use less water. Before you go to these crazy last resorts, ask everyone to use less. Conserve. Use it efficiently. Don't waste it. That's a better plan of attack to start. Now, in this category, we actually have 3 prerequisites, but each prerequisite has a corresponding credit. So it's like, hey, you have to be this good. But if you want points, you can be this much more efficient. I'll show you. There are no calculations on the exam, as I mentioned. So I want to show you though how it works just for your own knowledge. This is how a baseline is established. So say our imaginary building, we're going to have 200 people, half women, half men assumed. And then we're going to build it, or our model or calculation, imagining we use the EPAX flush and flow rates. You should think of these as like old, right? Conventional toilets. And we see women use the toilet 3 times is 4.8, guys once, urinals twice for the guys, wash your hands twice, half a minute, 3.3. And our building would use 1,500 gallons per day if we built it using the EPA Act. So in better terms, think of it as the number to beat, right? You need to reduce your building's water consumption by at least 20% from that number, mandatory for the prerequisite. And then every 5% more, we get a point incrementally. So we can see here that these are not my water flush and flow rates. What do we actually use? Say I bought a dual flush toilet. On average, it only uses 1 gallon per flush. How about a urinal that uses only rainwater, or it's a waterless urinal? Because remember, it's potable water we're offsetting. A low flow faucet brings this number down to 2.7, and our building actually only uses 1,000 gallons, which is a 30+% improvement and would get us 2 points in this credit. So you don't even need to do the calculation. Like LEED Online knows what these numbers are. All you're doing is plugging in how many people we have and then what we bought and installed and prove that you did it. And then it spits out what your savings is. Okay, so in real life, this is not crazy. It makes sense. But again, it's up to you how you're going to reduce potable water use. We good for indoor water use, everyone? Let's walk outside because we love to water plants. Let's not. Let's just use native and adaptive and indigenous species. I'll tell you a secret. Before the building was here, there was vegetation here first, and it was doing its thing just fine. Surviving. Well, the same sun and rain's falling. Use that same species, it'll probably survive. And by doing so, you might be able to achieve something called xeriscaping, which is a weird word that just means using no potable water to keep your vegetation alive. Or you can stop spraying water above ground just with sprinklers. Most of that water evaporates, runs off, never gets to the root, whereas drip irrigation delivers water under the ground, saving like 90% of the water otherwise wasted. Demand meters, at Phoenix, where was I? Nashville, at Vanderbilt, I remember taught, and I was walking off campus, and then started pouring, I started running, and then it was like a movie. Every sprinkler went on as I passed it. I was like, don't do that. It's raining. So demand meters just say, don't do that. We're good, which happens way too frequently. Or non-potable irrigation, like I mentioned before, collecting rainwater from the roof and storing it for later use in a dry spell. So it's up to you what strategies you want to use to reduce your outdoor water requirement. So that was indoor. Now we have outdoor. And the next logical credit is what you do next, and that's metering. And this is a prerequisite again. All LEED says is tell me how much water the whole building uses every month and give me that data every 5 years. Guess what? Somebody's metering your water usage because somebody is charging you for it. Just ask for access to the meter. We know that's there. And if they say no, we'll say whatever and install our own right next to theirs. So this is super, super easy. But it alludes to something interesting because LEED ain't that old, right? The oldest LEED building is like 20 years old, and it should be working pretty efficiently. And in fact, it is in the owner's best interest. They should be metering it very closely, water and energy, because they want to make sure that they got their savings. The only reason they paid so much money in the first place is to reduce their ongoing costs. But what I think this alludes to is as LEED gets older, maybe those old LEED buildings will have some kind of recertification. But right now, once you get your plaque, it says LEED version 4, certified in 2023, 4, whatever, and that's it. The only one that has a recertification is LEED O&M. And for existing buildings, you just submit your Energy Star portfolio manager data showing that you got your intended savings. But that's more than you need to know. The point I'm getting at currently, once you get certified, you're certified. the building. You don't lose it. That's the prerequisite, which is just on a building level to meter your water usage. Okay. Now for the credit, we are going to get more specific, where we want to know what individual water usages are of different items from these. Pick 2 out of these 6 big ones: irrigation, indoor plumbing, domestic hot water, boiler, reclaimed water, processed water. The idea here is if there's a leak, you can find it and pinpoint it right away.
Boiler seems like a really easy water meter because like if it's drawing water, there's a problem.
Which one? The boiler?
Yeah, the boiler, right? Like it's a closed loop unless there's a leak and like frozen pipes or something.
True. Sometimes, you know, I've been seeing some systems that use the boiled use that water for both domestic hot water and for radiators or for like our radiant heating and floors. So I've seen some new technology, not new tech, but I'm actually looking into using one in a building right now where it combines it. So for like that one, you're drawing in water. But yeah, very good point. Like a typical boiler, yeah. If you're drawing if you're drawing water somewhere, you're leaking. But that's kind of the idea here, is as well. I want to know if there's a leak, I can pinpoint it right away. I want to see, holy smokes, my cooling tower uses that much water, processed water. That's where I'm going to, or my irrigation does. That's where I'm going to invest my money. Now, personally, for me, I haven't done this credit yet because a lot of the water schematics in my buildings, the buildings I've worked on, I don't own them too bad. They have a lot of different water systems that go into a lot of different spaces, and we did the math, and like meters aren't that cheap for water, so it just didn't make sense to do it. But it's new. This one is new in version 4 anyway, so we'll see if it becomes more popular. So those were 3 prerequisites and 3 credits. Okay. Prerequisites mandatory, do a little bit more, you'll get the credit. And there's one last lonely credit here called cooling tower water use. And all this is about is using water to cool our buildings inside. So you don't need to understand how it works, but if you're going on a date tonight, here's your dinner conversation. We duct cold water through pipes in our buildings, and then we blow warm air over it, take the cold temperature from the water, distribute it in the space. That's it. So when the water finishes the loop, it comes out hot and we need to cool it back down. And that is all a cooling tower does. Okay. It just has a big fan providing evaporative cooling, and it sprays it over a long surface area. There's a but. There's chemicals in the water. We need the chemicals. They prevent things like scaling and buildup in the pipes in our system. And as we evaporatively cool, we lose water to evaporation. And eventually the chemicals get too built up and you have to blow down all that water, replace it with new makeup water, which can be the biggest consumer of water if you're not careful. So the easiest solution is to really limit the initial concentration of the chemicals in the water. Because if you start off really low, maybe you can do 5 or 10 loops instead of 1 or 2 loops with that same water. Or try not to use potable water. Maybe you can use air conditioning condensate, rainwater from your rooftop, because every single credit we just talked about is all about reducing potable water use. Any questions for water, folks? We're going to do 2 more categories and then we'll take our longer break. Sound good? You don't have a choice. Energy and atmosphere is our next one, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for the thumbs up. It's my favorite one, so it will be your favorite one, that means. It's twofold, right? It's where is the energy coming from? Like, how is it being generated? But more importantly, once it's in the building, how do we actually use it? That's this category, okay? But first off, look at this old chart here. We see Canada, where I live, we're the best. We're number 1. We use the most energy in the world per person, so we are the worst. Don't worry, US, you're right behind. Look at the gap. We are so far ahead or behind everybody else. Why? It honestly makes sense. You look at our energy makeup. We have a lot of resources, and it might not seem it on your monthly bill, but relative to the rest of the world, our energy is cheap here. It also gets real cold here and real hot here. Extreme loads, access, which most people do have access to electricity, thankfully, and price equals this. We're just not afraid to use lots of energy to meet our demands. But how you look at this, and I look at this every day, is what a time to be alive for us getting into this industry. It's never going to be easier for us to copy what's worked in places like Germany, let's say, or Australia, and lower our energy use per person. So there's your Canadian optimism. Lucky us. Now, there's not as much as it looks like. There's 4 prerequisites with 4 sister credits here. So don't get scared by the amount. There's 4 pairs, and the first pair is commissioning. Now, if you don't know what a commissioning agent or commissioning authority is, it's essentially, or I'll explain why they exist first. I've been part of a lot of projects where a specific designer or subcontractor has never even dealt with some of these high efficient, expensive equipment. And if they mess something up, it's not going to work right. And there goes the savings. So why did I pay all that money in the first place? So what happens is the owner over here hires this third-party commissioning agent. And all they're there to do, because they have had experience on similar size projects, is to oversee and look and make sure that these systems are going to be planned, designed, installed, tested, and operated and maintained like they're supposed to be. So that they'll work like they're supposed to work. That's the whole goal here. And it's a prerequisite, right? You have to do this. And you have to commission these 4 items at least once. Your HVAC and R, your lighting and daylighting controls, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration, domestic hot water, renewables if you have any. Commission them through once. But if you already went through the trouble of hiring a commissioning agent, it is a no-brainer to go for the credit for up to 6 points. Nice shirt. Where you are essentially triple checking this commissioning of those 4 items. So you want to commission once before contractor submittals, again after 10 months of completion, and even on an ongoing basis. Part of this credit is also envelope commissioning, 2 of the 6 points, in which we want to make sure there's no like thermal breaks and nobody poked holes in our air vapor barrier and stuff like that. In 2024, if you're not commissioning your building, you're behind the curve. Like Texas, all of their cities for 10 plus years have had commissioning requirements because their AC load is cooling load is so high. Commissioning often costs about $40,000 to $60,000 per project, but when you're spending millions on these building equipment, it is an absolute no-brainer to make sure they're working right, because the owner wants the bang for their buck, right? The only reason they're paying more upfront is to save more over time. And that's our first one, commissioning, prerequisite, and then a credit. Now we have a prerequisite for optimized energy performance and a credit, credit for optimized energy performance. This is the exact same thing we just did in water, everybody. But instead of looking at water efficiency, we're looking at energy efficiency. In water, we had the EPA Act as our baseline, and now we have a baseline called ASHRAE 90.1. ASHRAE, you need to know them, the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, Air Conditioning Engineers. ASHRAE is the most important standards in LEED. ASHRAE is huge. It's like bigger than LEED. There's chapters everywhere. They have conferences all the time. So if you want to get involved in your local chapter, I do encourage it. They produce a lot of good reports, standards, and this is the most important one that LEED piggybacks off of, ASHRAE 90.1. It's how we're going to compare our energy performance. And there are 2 ways. Option 2 is a prescriptive path where if you do X, Y, Z, you get 5 points max. That is only used if you can't model the building for some strange reason. Every product I've ever worked on, I've done an energy model, energy simulation. If you have worked on an energy bill model and you want to type it in the chat, please do. There's a lot of softwares out there. I'll name you a few. Like this one is done in eQuest. It's a free tool. It's still the most common one. Energy Plus on Open Studio is very common. There's another one called IES, Climate Studio. Thank you, Maureen. Then there's even like Revit has a plugin called Ecotech. Rhino has a plugin called Diva. SketchUp even has a plugin that does it. It's all doing the same thing. This is so what you essentially want to do is like build the architecture of the building. Like, what does it look like? How is it oriented? What's the window to wall ratio? How many floors does it have? And then you go into the model and you look at what ASHRAE wants you to use for the baseline, right? Same thing as the water baseline. It says use this R value for the wall, roof, floors, insulating property, U value for the windows, lighting, heating, cooling system efficiencies. And you run the model and you see this is how much energy you're using. And then you run hundreds of iterations. Like this room right here, I have one window. Depending on what side that window's on, the type of window and how big the window is, yes, it's a tiny change, but it will change the overall energy consumption of the building. So figuring out the balance between optimizing the energy performance and still giving everybody what they want out of the building, that's a big part of the energy modeler's job. And it's a challenge. It's the biggest challenge in the whole sustainable design. But think about it. The only way to actually see what different equipment are going to result in energy consumption is a model. You don't want to build the thing, fit it out with all these expensive HVAC and be like, oh, I should have used the other one. So models are a great testing bed. And it's a 5% reduction mandatory for the prerequisite, excuse me. And then every couple percent more, up to 54% for 19 points. That's halfway to a LEED certified building in one credit. Okay. Think about it. It's where you save the most energy and reduce the most greenhouse gas emissions. And that's why LEED is pushing so many points towards it, because those are two huge pillars of LEED. Energy models cost about 5 to 10 grand. This was the last one that I did 12 years ago almost. I found out quickly I wasn't very good at it. But a couple of my peers and friends now, they're full-time energy modelers. Like this is all they do. Actually in Toronto, I was just working on like this little laneway house, and I needed to submit an energy model to get my building permit, which is I had no idea was you have to do it for every building in a place like Toronto, and other cities are going to follow that where they're going to have modeling requirements for sure in the future. Energy models cost about 5 to 10 grand. Commissioning was about 40 to 60, and then another 40 for all the LEED documentation, the certification fees. Okay, so listen, all that together is like 120 grand. That is a drop in a building budget's bucket. That is not where the 1 to 3% premium goes. That money goes into the building equipment, right? That money is going in to the high performance windows HVAC system. So when I tell owners that, look, I'm not getting rich off this, and I'm not, unfortunately. You're not paying consultants. You're paying the majority of the money to invest in a better built building that's going to last longer, have higher occupancy rates, save your tenants and you money over time. And when they see that my money is just going into giving me a higher quality building, they're a lot more likely to pursue LEED than pissing it away to some consultants. So that's kind of another way I frame how LEED can benefit to people that are on the fence about it. Okay. This is the exact same thing we had in water as well, building level energy metering. Building level energy metering. two forms of energy come into our building: natural gas for heat, electricity for everything else. We know somebody's charging us. Just ask your utility provider for access to their meter or install your own. Again, easy. What we should do though, and don't do a lot, is advanced energy metering with smart meters. I think we are terrible at running our buildings in North America near their design case efficiency. And smart meters can take each end load's energy usage data to the hour, minute, or second. Like, they are highly accurate. And what I'm asking you to do here is install them for your 10% or bigger consumers and load. So if you don't know what your biggest consumers are in a building, I'll tell you. It's heating, cooling, lighting, nowadays plug loads. And if you can see where your energy is being used or misused and analyze it and plug that into a building automation system optimized, you can run the building much closer to the design case efficiency. And in the last 10 years, with the whole Internet of Things revolution, like, hardware's cheap. Smart meters are cheap. I just bought some to play around with in this triplex I'm at. And like, they literally clip on to live wires in the panel. Like, anybody can do it. Unfortunately, the company I bought from failed to mention that they don't have time of use pricing in Canada, so pretty useless, but at least it's telling me the amount of energy it's going each place. But this is a very low-hanging fruit in terms of how to improve a building's energy usage. Gives you a lot of insight. If you don't know what refrigerants are, they are liquids that are usually in heat pumps or ACs or refrigerators that carry heat. Okay, and they stay as a liquid for like a wide variety of temperatures. They don't boil or freeze. So they usually are in like a refrigerant loop, taking heat out of the building in the summer and bringing heat inside the building in the winter. But historically, they're also terrible for the environment for two reasons. They have a high ozone depleting potential. They leak. And when they do, they hang out on our ozone and deplete our atmospheric ozone. They're also inefficient. And then when they are, you have to burn more energy. To get the same amount of heating versus an efficient one, and that creates more greenhouse gases. Now, historically, Freon was the most popular, which is a chlorofluorocarbon. I'm sure you all have heard of Freon before. It's almost solely responsible for all the holes in our ozone. It's bad, and that's why it's banned. Since 2010 in North America and many other countries, what we all signed on to in 1987 being the Montreal Protocol, which banned it in any new buildings. Guess what the prerequisite says? No CFCs. That's easy in North America. It's banned. We automatically comply with this prerequisite here. HCFCs are on their way out by 2030. HFCs are okay. They just have a higher GWP, like R22, HFC 1348. This is what like all the heat pumps use nowadays. Halocarbons are in the fire suppression systems, another kind of refrigerant. But there's also natural refrigerants like air and water. One neat thing we do in Toronto, and Chicago does this too, it's called the N-Wave deep water cooling system. So we pump really cold, deep lake water through parts of our downtown core for cooling in the summer. But this one's easy now because it's already banned in North America. The credit says no harmful refrigerants at all. Where I'm at in the Northeast, good luck. This is not easy. In the last 24 hours in Toronto, I think we went down like 30 degrees and then back up another 40. Like, it's very unpredictable in the Northeast. But look at the West Coast. Like, look at the Bay Area. It's always sweater weather, lucky them. And I've seen buildings that have no mechanical HVAC system and just passively and naturally heat and cool. So this is like doable anywhere, but much easier in other places. Okay, so those were 4 prerequisites with 4 corresponding credits. And our last 3 credits are all on their own. But any questions about those 4 before I get into it?
This might be a side tangent, but in terms of the process of pumping the cool lake water into the city, like, do they also measure the impact on the life in the lake while doing it?
Yeah, they do, and it's such an insignificant amount just because the Great Lakes are just so big. So definitely has different effects, and the water they're dumping back, you know, it's got to be tested before it goes in there. It actually, where was in Hawaii, they were doing something neat. I forget what it was, but there was the most like the largest ecosystem in that area was where a hot water outlet was, which is like where there was a lot of breeding going on, and so they actually had kind of had like the reverse positive effect on that ecosystem. So that was one interesting one. But yeah, good thinking, good question. This chart, everybody, this is, in my opinion, I think it's the biggest challenge we face today, right? We all like using energy at the same time. Right now, it's the heat of the day in the summer. We're awake, we're doing stuff, we're using energy. And how we meet these unpredictable peaks are with peaker plants, which are good for one reason. They have a quick startup time and meet our demand right away. They're also the most polluting, inefficient, and expensive items that we should never use if we can avoid it. So one solution y'all might be thinking about is why not just generate a bunch of off-peak energy at night and save it and use it and flatten this generation curve? You're right, that would work. You're also probably aware that energy storage is the biggest mystery to us. We can't get a good cost and roundabout efficiency. You know what the best way to do it still is? It's the original way. Pump water up a hill at night, run it down, and turn a turbine in the day. And look, there's a lot of smart people, you know, there's Tesla batteries and everything, but we're not close yet to achieving energy storage. So while you work, well, maybe you'll create one, call me, we'll become billionaires. But while you're working on that, how about instead just try to etch this peak down a bit? How? Well, there's something called a demand response program, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. But picture this, I own this building, you're my energy provider. We sign a contract that in the summer, in August, hottest day of the year, everyone's cranking up the AC, peak, peak, peak. You can send my building a signal called a demand response event. And for 2 hours, my building has to automatically get that signal and react and shed 10% of its energy demand for 2 hours. How? I don't know, dim lights, turn off decorative features, open or close a window, up the temperature on your thermostat by 1 degree for the whole building, and you're done. And people will be fine being 1 degree warmer for 2 hours. And by doing so, not only do you get 2 points, but you pay me to do that. Well, think about that. Can you think of an industry in the world where you are selling me a product, in this case, electricity, and now you're paying me to use less of the product you're selling? Like, how counterintuitive is that? But what it speaks to is what we talked about before. Even the energy companies, they know that rather than building a new plant or flicking on an expensive peaker plant, if you just ask everybody to use a little less, everyone wins. And so, in my opinion, a demand response program should be mandatory, number one, because most buildings can handle it. And number two, it could kick the can down the road 10 years so that you don't need to build a plant. And maybe in 10 years, we will have energy storage capabilities. So I think this makes a lot of sense. I like it a lot. Alrighty, into renewable energy protection production, 1 to 3 points here. Everybody likes renewables. They're flashy, they're pretty. Here we have 4 different types I'm showing. We got solar PV, wind, tidal, geothermal. And what we're looking at here is on-site renewables. So these have to be on-site. So let's say there's a PV panel on this rooftop. And the key thing here is it's based on the amount of dollars in usable energy that we are generating. Why? Well, it's a sunny Saturday here, but I'm the only one in this building. What do I do with that excess electricity? We said storage is bad. Well, we have net metering or smart grids that we've talked about, or you've heard about. Most cities have the ability to sell the electricity right back to the grid, and it'll meet the closest demand nearby. Maybe it's us, it'll come right back. So let's say we sell $10,000 worth of electricity back to the grid annually, and our building's consumption by our model is 100 grand. That 10 over 100 is 10% and 3 points. 3 points here. Okay. So it's the dollar value, and that's the reason why we're using the dollar value. Oh, here's a big PV array I worked on years ago before I started traveling and living a crazy life, and now I look like this. Thank you. Green power and carbon offsets is our next one, and this is about off-site renewable energy generation. Off-site renewable energy generation. I'm tired of getting my energy from that coal plant down there. I'm even willing to pay an extra cent per kilowatt hour to get my energy from a renewable supply. A Green E certified supplier. That's what LEED uses. Green E says, yes, that's a wind farm. Yes, that's a solar PV array. And the idea is I'm diverting my previous fossil fuel-based investments towards renewables, hoping to get them a bigger shot at becoming more efficient. Now, what if you're not close enough to a solar PV array? So in Manhattan, there is no solar PV or wind farm, let's say. Where would you put it? Now, another option is to buy what's called a renewable energy certificate, an REC, which is a tradable commodity. And you can buy them anywhere. I think Switzerland has cheap ones. It doesn't matter where. It's on the open energy market. Now, you don't need to know how they work, but I want to explain. We're in New York, right? We have to get it from coal. See this building in Oklahoma next to coal and wind. They wanted the cheap coal. We want the wind. We're too far. When you buy an REC, you are paying the extra cent per kilowatt hour for them to stop using coal and start using wind. But they can still pay that same cheap coal rate, and we're using the coal. So yes, everybody, I do know that I'm not using the coal myself. But just think about it in the grand scheme of things. I am diverting what otherwise I would have been using. So it's doing the same good for the planet. You're diverting someone else from using coal, right? You're doing the exact same good, even if you're not using the energy itself. That's how you have to think about it. And those are multiple ways of mitigating scope 2 emissions. Scope 2 means off-site, indirect emissions. On-site emissions, though, think about it. You burn natural gas on-site for heat, boiling. Well, you try to reduce that impact by investing in carbon offsets. Carbon offsets say, hey, organization, take this money and reduce our carbon levels on our planet equals to what I'm producing. I don't know, plant a forest, do a capture technique. It's up to them. So look, everybody, I'm not here to buy credits, right? This one is the one that I keep in my back pocket. And how I use it in real life is the owner says, oh, Lord, I just lost that point. I'm down to 59. I need gold. I'll say, okay, give me 8 grand. We'll buy an REC. Okay, so that's how I use this one, kind of like a backup. There's not really any other credits like that you can kind of save for last. Okay. That's it for energy, everyone. Any questions there? So energy, you can tell it's like very significant. A lot of points are available in it. Crystal says, I'd love to see see heat pumps with thermostats that can be programmed for a range of acceptable temperatures at night and during the day. Absolutely. So, there's a lot of on a smaller scale for demand response. Part of the reason why there's a lot of different utility companies giving out, free smart thermostats is to get more detailed data on everybody's usage. I totally agree with that. For those who don't know what heat pumps are, I can send you a video of it, but it's all the rage right now in North America. It used to have a tough time keeping up with heating in like -30, but now they're good. It's also a bit of an experiment right now. Like I just fit out this project with all heat pumps, like 4 compressors and 11 heads, and we're gonna see if it works in those really cold days. But they're the future and the present as well. Bella asks for EA7, is it replacing energy source to make an offset? So in this little diagram for renewable energy certificate, you're pretty much just paying for somebody who is close enough to a renewable supply because we're not close enough. That's it. And now they're going to be using that wind, and we're paying the extra money for them to use that wind. Any other thoughts or questions?
What's the process like the buildings have to go through to find like a match like that for the diagram you were just showing?
Yes.
So
So
does like
there,
LEED help out with that?
no, not at all. So RECs are like its own big thing on its own. And that is like the way that I'm describing it. Really, you're just paying into kind of like a pool, and that pool then decides on where it's going. So if you're like paying for, say, 1,000 kilowatt hours, it doesn't have to all be 1,000 kilowatt hours to one building. It can be spread out. You're just like, it's like an open energy credit that you're trading for.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. Indigo Agriculture is a program for buying carbon offsets. Thank you, Crystal. There's this one in Toronto called Bullfrog Power. They're a huge ripoff, and I do not suggest them. But alas, our next good thinking, good questions. Thank you for adding to the class, everybody. Okay, so this credit, listen up, everybody. This credit category is short and confusing. From version 3 to 4, they really messed it up, to be honest, and they made it very hard to understand a lot of these credits. So I'm asking you, after class, when you're studying, pay more attention to this credit category. It is not long, but it is where everybody does the worst on the exam, and everybody's the worst in real life too, because it's not logical. Anyway, the first half of it's fine. Like the first prerequisite, storage and collection of recyclables. You should think of this category as essentially the life cycle analysis of the whole building, right? From start of where materials are created to where they're eventually going to go at the end. If you want your occupants to recycle, this is the prerequisite. You better make it easy for them. Just have a designated area to recycle paper, cardboard, glass, plastics, metals, and 2 of these hazardous items. I don't care if it's separated like this or one big blue bin and separated somewhere else. Make it easy to recycle. People will do it. That's the whole thing. Construction waste, 40% of landfills in parts of America are filled with construction debris. Whether you're knocking down an old building or even building a new building, the waste is insane. No, the exam is not until you have to study for it. So I'll be talking about the exam at the end of the class, so you have to stick around. Sorry. Now, we're going to do a practice exam, though, at the end of the class. So for this prerequisite, it just says, tell me, what are your top 5 waste items? How are you discarding of them? And what are the diversion rates to the landfill? But for the prerequisite, you do not need to have any diversion rate. You can send it all right into the landfill. I just want you to report it. The whole thing, and this is a new prerequisite, is if we get people to at least make the plan, which is honestly the biggest part of this process, they're already there. They might as well divert 50% of the waste away from the landfills to 3 different streams. We don't care where, like sell it to a reuse market, recycle it, reuse it on the new building, donate to Habitat for Humanity. I just don't want it going to the landfill. And the way you show it back in the day was getting your poor lead intern like me to add up all the cubic yards of wood and metal and concrete recycled. What went to the landfill over here? Sum up the recycled divided by the total, percentage diverted, 80% here. Okay, so 15 years ago, this was not an easy credit. Now it is very easy. Like every waste hauler I deal with has the capability to manage your recycled goods. So this one has become a lot easier over the past 10 years. This credit is probably the hardest credit in the whole thing, building life cycle impact reduction. So we buy a plot of land, there's a building there. Can I reuse it? Yeah, and you can save money by reducing the amount of waste you don't have to haul off and virgin materials, new stuff you don't have to buy. And so this whole goal of this category, of this credit, is to reduce energy and waste associated with demolition. And the first option here is by reusing a historic building. By being a historically designated building, there's already mandates in your city of what you're allowed to change and reduce. So follow those mandates and you can get up to 5 points, but it's only for historically designated buildings. 1. 2, an abandoned or blighted building. A manufacturing facility that hasn't been used in a decade, you buy it. Don't just knock the whole thing down, analyze it. Parts of the foundation, the steel, the structure, perhaps you can reuse it. Good idea. This is the only option I've ever worked with, which is option 3, building material reuse. So it analyzes, like, first off, the structural members, framing, walls, roof, floors, non-structural doors, drop ceilings, flooring. And based on the surface area, you're able to reuse of each of those items. The higher the surface area percentage, the more points you get. But look, even getting 2 points is not easy. I've only been a part of like 2 projects that ever went for this. And you need a really good team where everybody's on board if you even have a shot. The fourth option is new. It's like this ISO standard where you are having to file a report describing how your building reduces 3 of these 6 impact categories. You don't need to memorize them, but you should know these terms for sustainability in general. Like, you should know that they're bad, right? We don't like global warming potential, depletion of our ozone, acidification, eutrophication, which is like algae blooms in our fresh water, tropospheric ozone, non-renewable energy depletion, and where you're describing how your building does not contribute to these items. Couple questions here is MRP. So MRP2 is not the trash on site. It is the demolition debris. So trash from construction. Crystal says we have asphalt only dumpsters, which you can rent for cheaper and they'll recycle. Like, oh, that's very interesting. That's awesome. Thank you, Crystal. Okay, everybody. So that was the first half of the category. All right. So that is the half that kind of makes sense. This half is confusing. So listen up. Yeah, no problem. So this prerequisite and this credit, it's the same thing. So what I'm showing you here is, let's say we buy a house, right? We knock it down. You're going to have a lot of garbage. It's all from the demolition of the house. What is the demolition debris? Even if you're building a new building, you know, contractors always buy 10, 20% more. So there's always overuse and wastage. And what we're saying here is we want to not send all those items to the landfill, because somebody can recycle metal. Somebody can recycle that wood. And so this is looking at the garbage, the waste during construction of the building, whereas this prerequisite is looking at encouraging recycling during the operations of the building. Cool? Makes sense? Maybe? No? Maybe? Hope so. Okay. These 3 credits, everybody, are not really our responsibility. These 2 credits are the responsibility of the manufacturers making the products we're going to use in our building. Where we come into play here is making sure that we are actually buying the right products from the right manufacturers who follow the right standards. Okay. Now, this only includes permanently installed materials, and MEP and furniture are optional. MEP, for those who don't know, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. There's one elevator in this building which costs 60 grand alone, and that can really skew the results, which is why we might not want to include them. It might mess things up. We're going to use the imaginary number, an easy number, $100,000, okay? That's what our materials cost. We'll come back and see how to use it in a second. Location valuation factor is encouraging people to locally source goods, because we love chopping down a tree in North America, shipping it halfway across the world to manufacture, all the way back here to use. We know that the transportation emissions when we do that are immense. So let's locally source our materials instead, which is defined in LEED by extracting, manufacturing, and purchasing them within 100 miles of site. So if I'm in Toronto, I can chop down a tree in Buffalo, ship it to Rochester to manufacture, and then back to Hamilton to buy it and use it in Toronto. The idea here is, yes, you're supporting your local economy, but more importantly, reducing transportation emissions. And the materials that fit this criteria are worth twice their actual value. So when they're worth more as a percentage of the 100 grand in our calculations, they'll be worth more. The points will be more easily achieved. I'm going to show you how these calculations work in a minute. And a common question is like, what is defined by local valuation factor? And it's like you need to, it's like it shows these are A, B, C, and then D is like all of the above. And then always know it's not just one. It has to all of them extracted, manufactured, and purchased within 100 miles of your site. Okay. Okay, so listen up. These are really not on us, right? This is on the manufacturer to follow. And the first standard they're supposed to follow is something called environmental product declarations, which I'm sure a lot of you have never heard of. It is a cradle to gate analysis of how the product was made. Cradle refers to after the raw material was extracted and we are watching it until it leaves the factory's gate. And in this time frame, I want to understand, how did the manufacturer reduce emissions released to air, soil, water, waste generated, the chemicals used? But this is not on us. This is on them to follow. All we got to do is buy 20 products from 5 manufacturers that have this EPD. You don't need to know these numbers. I'm just giving you an idea. And then there's always a cost-based secondary option. And in this case, that cost-based option says 50% by cost, or in our example, 50 grand, or only 25 grand if it's all locally sourced, right? Because if it's locally, then it's worth double, worth 50. Need to show in a report that the manufacturer produced, how the manufacturer reduced 3 of these 6 impact categories. The same ones we had last credit, which you don't need to know, and it's on the manufacturer to tell us about. Okay, so as you can see, these credits are a little more like, take it as a matter of fact. Like, this is just the standard we're following, and this is what you need to know. So that was for cradle to gate. How about how the material was extracted? That's our next credit and sourcing of raw materials, where we want a corporate sustainability report. And this report tells me, did the wood come from a clear-cut forest or was it selectively cut? Was it strip mined or did we remediate the mine after extraction? It's up to us again, 20 products from 5 manufacturers coming stamped with this report, or always a cost-based option where it says 25% by cost or 25 grand in our example, need to have our materials have to comply with one of these standards. Take a look at them. 1, extend producer responsibility. Maybe you're my battery supplier, right? I buy all your batteries, I use them on my building equipment, they die. But we agreed you will buy them back and recharge to sell them elsewhere, extend their life. Good. 2, bio-based materials. Those are good, not including things like skin or hide. There are 2 wood certifications that LEED uses. Number 1 is FSC, Forest Stewardship Council Wood. 2 is Sustainable Forestry Initiative. These are 2, they just follow the wood from extraction to end use and make sure nothing harmful was done to that wood along its process. It comes with what's called a chain of custody certificate that tells you every step. Materials reuse. Maybe the building next door is getting demolished and we can buy their nice wood solid doors and salvage them for our doors. And then recycled content. 2 kinds. Post-consumer is like the orange juice carton you use and recycle, end of life. Pre-consumer is like excess or damaged goods in a factory, repurposed. We prefer post-consumer because it was actually used for its intended purpose instead of a mistake in a factory. And this is the one that really delayed LEED version 4 like 2 years because manufacturers were being asked to be more transparent and they probably weren't doing some good things, so they fought them. And now there's like 10 different standards for option 1, just reporting. Like, we want to know what we're putting in our building. These are permanent products. They're staying in the building. I want to know what chemicals are in them. And they can follow one of these standards to list it for us. That's option 1. Option 2, how about take a next step and actually optimize the ingredients in those items, like avoid using certain chemicals by following one of these standards. Or there's a whole supply chain optimization, which looks at from start to finish of your products with another standard. Now, out of all these, I would like you to know green screen. I've seen that one come up the most in real life and on the exam, and I would just know that it has to do with these exams. Sorry, with this question. Yes, Bella. So good call. Sometimes I write, wait, which numbers? Sorry. Oh, these numbers? No. You do not need to know these numbers, just giving you an idea. So
Just
none of
for
these like
company
thresholds, all that
and
stuff is for the AP. So if you want to take the AP with me, then you can look forward to those numbers. So that's it for materials and resources, right? It is not long. It is not, it doesn't seem like that much, but I need you to promise me to spend extra time on it when you're reading the textbook. If you want to look something up, like I'll give you some other resources too if you want some extra information, or just ask me. I'm here to help. You know, usually a lot of people like they send me a list of a few questions, and I try to get back within a week. Sometimes during busy season, it takes me a couple weeks. But if it's just one question, I can usually fire it off real quick, or you can always text or call me. This is my life. So I mentioned that everything is pretty BD&C related, new buildings, but there is a credit called green cleaning, and that's for O&M, operations and maintenance, and it's just like all about having non-harmful custodial products in your custodial services janitorial work. And so I've seen a couple of questions about green cleaning, and I just want you to know that Ecologo and EPA Safer Choice, these are the two standards that apply to green cleaning. And this is actually a good summary of some of the more important standards in materials and resources, and what we're going to talk about in a minute in indoor environmental quality. You don't need to know this credit. It's only for hospitals because they change a lot over time, like new diseases, new demographics, new technologies. So if you can build a hospital to be able to adapt to those changes over time, that's ideal. So maybe don't build an entire, vegetated roof because you can never expand up. Maybe you can expand and oversize your hallways so that you can use modular equipment, and if there's a traumatic event, maybe you can expand the ICU real quick and save lives. So you don't need to know these credits. I just want you to understand that like healthcare has a few of them, schools, data centers, each of those market adaptations, the way that they differ is simply by having these unique credits. Okay. Any questions at all right now? We're going to take our longer break. I usually do like a 20-minute break here. We're pretty on time. We might go a little past 5:30 just to like review the exam together. So if you have to go if you have to go hard at 5:30, don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. But please stay until then. So we're going to do like a 20-minute break. I want everyone back here 25 past the hour. And if you have any questions or you want to go dream about it, please do, and you can ask it over the break, and we'll talk about it when I get back. 4:20 EST, start back up. Yep, everybody's gonna get a recording of the class at the end of the class. You got it. All righty, everybody, come on back. Hope you had a good break dreaming about LEED. We are gonna get started now with our next category. But any questions first off? Any questions? Okie dokie. If you looked at a building, let's say over 100 years, on average, probably costs, $2 per square foot per year to actually run the energy, maybe $20 per square foot per year for the rent. But the people, you and me, if you added up all of our salaries and the value of the benefits, that's over $300 per square foot per year in salaries and benefits. Like that's 10 times more than rent, 100 times that of energy. What I'm trying to get at is we are the most valuable people in the building. And so where we come into play in this whole sustainability conversation is indoor environmental quality. This category focuses on our comfort and our health. Look, we spend 90% of our life indoors, which is crazy. And indoor pollutants are often much higher than the outdoor air. And if I'm spending so much money on the people, we already commissioned the energy system so they work efficiently. Can I do the same with my people? Kind of. If you want the best quality of work at the highest level of productivity that you're paying for out of your employees, you better make sure you're in a healthy indoor air quality, in a comfortable environment. And that's this whole category. Now, if the term densely occupied space comes up, it's a space that has 25 people in a 1,000 square foot area. A volatile organic compound, or VOC, is in paints, adhesives. It's an off-gassing chemical that pollutes air inside throughout the life of the building. And there's different spaces. Like this is a regularly occupied space if we were in a classroom. A bathroom or mechanical room are not regularly occupied. And we'll see different spaces have different requirements as we go on. Now, let's get into our first prerequisite, which was talked a lot throughout the pandemic about increasing the amount of fresh air coming into buildings. So this is in codes nowadays. ASHRAE 62.1 is the standard that we follow that says, hey, if your building's going to be this big with this many people, you have to bring in this much fresh air per minute. And then there's another chapter for naturally ventilated space, like in sorry, like in San Francisco, that says your openings have to be this big and in this area to get enough fresh air in naturally. So that's our first prerequisite. Very simple, straightforward. Bring in enough fresh air. That's all we're looking at here. The next one is environmental tobacco smoke control. Sorry. Sorry about that. Just choking on the air. I guess my indoor air quality is not good enough. Hey, good job, me. Environmental tobacco smoke control. It's in most building codes as well now. Like no smoking in the building, within 25 feet of doors, operable windows, fresh air intakes, have signage to say that's not allowed. If you allow smoking in like an apartment, that's fine, but you have to weather strip the door, put the hallway at positive pressure so that that smoke doesn't leak into a hallway or a common area. That's actually our last prerequisite. So that's the last P. So that's, remember, mandatory item. Everything for the rest of our day together are all credits, starting off with enhanced indoor air quality strategies. So like these entrances have grates or even just mats to get stuff off your feet like salt and other contaminants from coming inside. Exhaust contaminated faces. You know how stuffy your photocopier or your plotter room is? Have a dedicated exhaust to get that up on out of there. And then MERV is just a rating for a filter. The higher the MERV rating, the fresher the air is coming in. All three for 1 point and an extra point if you do one of these 4 items. So like, don't just tell me the whole building gets enough fresh air. I want you to show me that each space individually gets enough fresh air. And your energy modeling software can do that now. Increase ventilation, bring in 30% more fresh air than ASHRAE 62.1 mandated. Oh, wait a second though. That's a lot more fresh air to heat or cool. So this could hurt the energy credits. You know, remember how like a green roof helped 5 credits? This could be a trade-off, right? So thinking about credit interactions is a really good good practice to get in the habit of. They don't happen all the time. Some credits are very standalone, but like this is a good example of a trade-off where it hurts a credit. But maybe there's a way to do both. You know, maybe you can use an HVAC system that has a high ERV, HRV, recovery ventilation rate. So you can cross the fresh air and exhaust duct and recover a bunch of heat. Up to you, your budget, what the owner wants. Carbon dioxide monitors, number 3, and alarms in case there's way too much fresh air or too little fresh air. Tell the building operator something's misbehaving and to fix it. This credit is similar to materials and resources in the sense that it's a long list of standards that say these supplies need to comply with this chemical limit. It's a big list. So I want you to know the 3 big ones here that I've highlighted as Green Seal, Green Label, and South Coast Air Quality Management District being VOC content limits for paints and adhesives. Those are the big 3 here. You should also know the term formaldehyde. You've smelt it before. If you haven't heard of it, we don't like formaldehyde. It is another off-gassing pollutant. And this is just an example of how I showed compliance when I submitted it to the GBCI. Right, so I'm looking at every single product that I'm using and in their corresponding standard and if I'm within the tolerance or not. And one big reason why LEED is being successful from the biggest developers to the small suppliers is developers have adopted it for a number of reasons. Some are higher asset values, higher appreciation over time. LEED buildings have higher occupancy rates. During financial crisis, like in 08, LEED buildings maintain their occupancy rates a lot better than others. What that shows me is LEED buildings attract higher quality tenants who can survive downturns in the economy, making your building more robust because your occupancy rate is maintained. And most importantly, they sell and rent for 2 up to 20% higher than conventional buildings. Then the reason why we builders or consultants use LEED is to say, hey, I got the skills to help you build that building to meet that LEED standard. And then it goes all the way down to the small suppliers and manufacturers say, hey, I comply with this credit and I can contribute to this LEED point. So remember, there's no LEED certified products, right? LEED certifies buildings and then piggybacks off of smaller standards for other products. So Bella, there are definitions in my textbook. So I do a nice glossary of terms at the end, and you'll see in the textbook, I try to define them as we go forward throughout it, similar to what I'm doing here. Now, we had a construction prerequisite about the mess of the construction site itself. Have you been inside the building during construction? It's an even bigger mess. And for that mess, we follow the Sheet Metal Air Conditioning National Contractor Association SMACNA's guidelines. And it tells you to do very logical things that a lot of people are doing anyway. Like your HVAC ducts are installed early in the project. So wrap them up, cover them. I don't want anything blowing into them before they're used. Scheduling of my contaminating activities to know when they're happening. Source control, raise your materials, protect their absorbative areas, and just general good housekeeping and pathway interruption, which once again, most construction managers I know would have been doing this anyway, but now you get a point for doing it too. And these are actually my pictures. So construction-based credits, you submit your plans, like this is what I'm going to do to meet the credit. And then I, the third-party LEED consultant, go and I verify. And if I see like a rip in this filter, I need to show that they fixed it and I communicated it with them quickly. So that's how construction-based credits are proven in real life. And how about once you're done the building, right? You built it, but people haven't moved in yet. That should probably be the freshest the building air is ever going to be. And you ensure that is the case by doing a full building flush out. Pump fresh air throughout the entire building, getting contaminants from construction out. But that can take a long time for big buildings. So there's another option where you test each space and only the spaces that are above a contaminant threshold, you flush them out. Now, so far in this category, all we've really talked about is like the air, right? How breathable is the air? Any questions thus far in our indoor environment? The other half of the category is more environmental, like our comfort, like thermal comfort. If it's too hot or cold in the space, so it's having the plan, and then I'm showing pictures of proving that they did the plan. So it's twofold. ASHRAE 55 is our thermal comfort standard. And pretty much it says, if you want the people to have a good shot at being comfortable inside, the overall R value, how good the wall is as an insulator, and the HVAC efficiency have to be this good. Good HVAC, good insulated wall, good chance at being comfortable. Thermal control is the other one here. Thermal control here. It's the other, sorry, it's the same credit, but you have to do it as well. And it's easy. Give me a thermostat or an operable window in each space. That's a way to control how hot or cool I am. And I just want to recap the ASHRAE standards because I guarantee at least one of them is going to come up here. They love asking about them. We need to know that ASHRAE 90.1 is our energy baseline, 62.1 was our ventilation rate, 55 we just had, and they even have their own energy focused building rating system, 189.1. Guarantee one of those will come up on the exam, and that's an easy question to answer. Okay, lighting control. I want to control how hot or cool I am, but I want to control how much light I have in my space, in my space too. Look at how easy this one is, folks. You can put a task light in everybody's desk or cubicle, and you're done. That was easy. In a residential building, it's a little easier to understand. Here I highlight where all my light switches are and make sure I have enough in each space. So that's one very easy point for lighting control. There's a second new point in LEED version 4 called lighting quality, where it says, I don't want to have too much overhead light glaring off reflective surfaces blinding me. I don't want this light out today, that one tomorrow, too much here, none there. LEED says a high quality of light is achieved when you provide a consistent amount of it throughout the space using long-lasting bulbs like LEDs. And the goal is to mimic soft, natural daylight. That's our goal. And you know, talking about the word daylight, that is one of my favorite things in a building. I have one little window in this room. I haven't had to turn a light switch on. I am a happier person when there is daylight. Funny statistic, think about this. You got a PV panel on the roof generating electricity. You use it to light up a light bulb. You are taking light to light energy at a 5% efficiency. That window is bringing in light at, I don't know, what, 100% of it? It's coming right in. But glass, oh glass. If you've seen Toronto's skyline, we've gone under a crazy building boom in the last 20 years. And unfortunately, it's during this glass box fad where we're doing floor to ceiling windows, corner to corner glass connections. What are we doing? No matter what glass you build with, triple glazed, argon filled, whatever specialty glass, it can never touch a wall's insulating value. And this is why your design and your model is so important. Figuring out what type of window belongs on what wall and at what window to wall ratio, such that you are bringing in enough daylight to offset artificial illumination, light bulbs, but you're still maintaining the integrity of the envelope's insulating property. And like that balance between efficiency and daylight, it's the basis of like building science, which is what I studied and I'm passionate about. We haven't been very good at it recently. And architects, you know, love glass. It gives you panoramic views that even your feet need to see all day, every day for some reason. There's better ways to build, right? But the real reason owners use it, though, is not all those things. It's because glass is the cheapest building material, or one of. It's cheap, it's light. It's very easy to just throw a curtain wall of glass up. But as an insulator, it stinks. So we want to find the right balance, and luckily our energy modeling software only recently has gotten really good at daylight simulation. So like it takes into account where you are, how you're oriented, and it shows what gets daylight when. Or you can actually physically measure it after construction and see what gets daylight when. So two different ways to submit this and prove it. With daylight, logically next is views. I want to be outside. Lots of people want to be outside on a nice day like today. At least let me see it. So I only care about regularly occupied space here, though. Like, I don't care if there's a view in the mechanical room. I want a view here in the office, the bedroom, the classroom. And I actually care what I look at in version 4. So it used to be like even a brick wall 3 feet away, like in Manhattan, counted. No, I want to see people, activity, the sky, nature, something, not a brick wall. And the way you show it is imagine yourself standing in the floor plan, and if you have a direct line of sight to the outdoors and what you're looking at, which most places in this building has a direct line of sight, except for that little interior boardroom. And lastly, super relevant to us, acoustical performance. Like if we were in a classroom together and you can't hear me, it's not a very good learning environment. right? I don't want to hear the HVAC buzzing in the background, external noise. I don't want to hear my voice, worst of all, you whispering, bouncing off all the walls, interrupting my next sentence. I want to use surfaces that are coated with a high noise reduction coefficient. What that means is they start absorbing sound instead of reverberating them back. Like your lecture halls are the most extreme case. You've seen noise reducing panels along the walls or ceilings. I've actually started to see some white noise mufflers be put in like a drop ceiling or in the floor of offices, especially open office concepts, which muffle the sound from like your boss screaming on the other side of the room. And they actually started 10 years ago, they stank, and now I've seen some of them that do an okay job. Believe it or not, everybody, we just went through 100 points. You got them all? Great.
I've also seen, in terms of acoustic performance, I've also seen some like clips that help reduce building shaking that might also help with acoustic performance. I'm particularly interested in terms of like if there's an elevator in the building, how to mitigate the impact of the elevator on the rest of the building.
Interesting. That definitely won't hurt. This one actually comes from the. It used to just be in schools only, and then they applied it to all types of buildings. So while you probably could make the argument for that technology, it's not kind of what the credit was made for. Yeah, it's mainly for like keeping the sound in the space. It's like there's like a big. I've thought about it. It's like a big theme in LEED. It's like just we want to keep everything where it's supposed to be. Keep your light on site, your rainwater on site, your heat on site. It's like a very big theme. I like to think about that. Some passive techniques here, everybody. If you were to bring in, okay, so like in Toronto, we probably have 5 days of spring before it's too hot or too cold. We're in it right now. So these are like the 5 days you could probably open your windows and be room temperature. Where does the cold air come from? It always comes from the north facade, right? The north side is the cold side of the building. Look up at the sky, right? The sun shines on a high southern tilt in the summer, low winter tilt in the winter. So why not have overhangs on the south facade to block the unwanted heat from the high angled summer sun, but give me free solar heat gain from the low angled winter sun? You know, don't have too much west facing windows. Then you get too hot as the sun sets in the winter, and you can use air conditioners in the winter. I've seen before. Brutal. Like the sun shines in the same place every day. Take that into account when we are designing our buildings, please. Okay, so we had 100 points, and then we have like 10 bonus points. I call them bonus points because that's how you're going to remember them too, but nobody else does. These are the first 6 of them in the innovation in design credit category, and there's 4 ways to get 6 points total, starting off with innovative performance. So let's say I'm doing something on my building, and I'm like, this is good for the environment, economy, and or society. I should be getting points for this. Why am I getting points for this? You can make up your own credit, okay? So this is one example of using the building as a teaching tool that I like to use, especially on university buildings, where what's the intent? We're trying to enlighten the tenants on how much they use with the goal of conscious reduction. What's my requirements? Okay, we have to have 2 of these smart boards that show almost real-time energy usage data. They're interactive. I have signage and cutouts of drywall to show the energy recovery ventilation systems in action. And this is all based on the Prius effect. If you've ever heard of that, the Toyota Prius was the first car that showed you when you're using your gas versus battery. And so people's driving habits changed. Like they were lighter on the pedal because they want to not waste gas. And the same thing here, it's here, right? The more conscious you are, the more likely you are to consciously reduce your energy usage. And like a real credit, this one has to be quantifiable. There's some way to measure its merit. Comprehensive like a real credit, and transferable and repeatable. Yes, it worked on my building, but what's stopping you from trying it out on yours as well? The real lame way that we got this credit in the past is we would take the green clean credit from operations and maintenance and just apply it to a new building. because technically it's still out of the scope of the BD&C rating system, but that is a really boring way to do it. You can be as creative as you want with these. They can always say no, but they're usually pretty good about them. And if you've never heard of this website, gbig.org, it's awesome. Check it out. It's like every green building on the planet described, and the USGBC also has a lot of good LEED examples. I'm actually going to add. We're just going to add one to that list there. That is another really good one that I've used in the past to just, there's like a forum and you can ask questions, and just a helpful tool there. So that's our first one, right? Make up your own credit, which is good, but not currently in the rating system. That's one. Remember, I was like, make pilot credits for the new version. Who's going to test them out? So we incentivize project teams by giving them a point to hop into the pilot credit library, take one out, and try it on their building. Even if it doesn't work, honestly, that's probably better, because your feedback, based on that, we can improve it or discard it or use it. So test a pilot credit out. Tell me about it. 3 is exemplary performance. Remember, there was a little Y in the bottom right corner of some of my boxes, the naming convention. So that was just like if there's a bonus option. So some credits, they say, we'll give you an extra point for going above and beyond or doubling the requirement. So like if you are 55% plus water efficient or 54% plus energy, if you're anywhere above it, you get an extra point. But not every credit has it. Think about them. Think about like sensitive land protection. That one, you're like on a farmland where you're not. Like that's a yes or no. So not most credits don't even have that option. And lastly is a LEED AP. So if there's 5 of me on the project, how many points do you think you get? Just 1, but it'd be a good team, right? Thanks. The only thing new in version 4 is your building type has to line up with your AP type. So like I'm an AP BD&C and an AP O&M. So I'm worth a point on a new build and an existing retrofit. I am not worth a point on, say, neighborhood development. I haven't taken that exam yet. Okay. That's it for innovation and design. And the final 4 points to wrap things up are in regional priority, because we've seen that different areas have different priorities. So what happens is every local chapter, there's Green Building Council chapters everywhere. So like in Southern California, they vote on the 6 most important credits to their region. And each of those points get an extra point tacked onto it to encourage people to go for them, because there's an extra point there. So if I register my project in LA, I'm like, I was probably going to do the water credits anyway, but now I'm for sure going to do all of them. But even if you comply with all 6 credits, it's a max of 4 extra points that you can get in this. And you can look yours or anywhere's up on this little link. They change every few years as needs change. And those are our 10 bonus points, everybody. There's a couple other terms that I just want to talk about before we move on. If you're in a situation where you're like, I'm not sure if this strategy is going to work and comply with this credit, what do you do? First off, go to the Bible reference guide. 800 pages later, can't find it. Call up USGBC's customer service, wait on hold for an hour, throw your phone away. Then 3, submit a CIR, a credit interpretation ruling request. This is a mouthful, and all it is a formal question. It says, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is why it's unique. Will it work? And they'll say yes or no and why. Look, if they say no, you just saved a lot of money and time by not going through that process. And you can change it to comply. They're not precedent setting, though. Just means if they say yes to me, doesn't guarantee they'll say yes to you. But usually they do, because there's a database of every question asked ever. And if you're in the same boat as me, you just write a little narrative note that as per CIR 22, I blah, 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 I should comply, and they'll say no problem. So that's what you do if you're not sure of something in a unique situation. Now, there's also this thing called a suggested approach. So if you're doing something, a strategy that is good for an existing credit, but it doesn't list that strategy in the reference guide, you can still get a point. Okay, let me explain an example. I was working on this building in Toronto that was just outside the half-mile distance to the subway, and we were like, "Ah, brutal. 5, 6 points gone." So we said, we'll make our own approach. And we put like 5 hybrid zip cars, like the auto share vehicles, in our lot for our occupants to share for weekend trips, groceries, whatever. And we said, look, LEED, this is a different way. I'm discouraging people from buying their own gas-powered cars, driving alone. I'm giving them some hybrids to share. And they said, you know what, you're right. I think we got 1 or 2 points for doing so. So why was that example not an innovative performance point? Because transportation was talked about. We had 4 credits with it. Whereas using the building as a teaching tool was a whole new idea outside of the scope. This suggested approach is a different way of getting an existing credit. And again, they can always say no to that as well. AIA stands for American Institute of Architects, LEED alternative compliance paths. So in Canada, for example, we can use ASHRAE, or we have our own version called the NECB, the National Energy Code for Buildings. And other countries who have equivalent standards can use their own, is all that. That's what ACPs are. LEED interpretations are precedent-setting answers to our tough questions. So if they said yes to me, they'll say yes to you. LEED addenda are just quarterly corrections to the reference guide and clarifications, like any addendum is. And it's the technical advisory groups that answer our tough questions and also make up the pilot credits. So these are academics, industry leaders, experts in sites, water, energy. Each category has a tag, and they're the ones determining where LEED is going to go and answer our tough questions. All right, any thoughts or questions right now before we talk about this exam? Oh, the sun came out.
I have a quick question.
Please.
Up to how many points can you get on exemplary performance?
Good question. So it's only up to 3 points here. So like there's probably about 15 credits that have it, and so of them, it's up to 3 there.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. The exam is 2 hours of fun. It's 100 multiple choice questions. A perfect score on the exam is 200. If you walk in and write your name and then walk out, you get 125. The magical number, though, is 170. And if you get 171 or 199, there is only one person who cares. You're looking at him, and you should brag to me. I've gone on a couple 199s for my students, no 200s yet, so maybe you're the one. Listen up, listen closely, everyone. Obviously, 170 out of 200 is not 85% of the questions correct. The lowest you can get is 125 because the scoring system makes 0 sense. Some questions are worth 1 or 2. Some questions are even worth 3 points. Each exam has 15 questions worth no points. And they're just to see how people do on them and if they should use them in future versions of the exam. Guess what? We have no idea if this question is worth 3, 0, or 1. So you promise me never to think about this stupid scoring system again because it will only hurt you. Now listen, most, if not all questions are going to be choose 1 out of 4. There might be a couple that are choose 2 or choose 3, but it will always tell you if they want more than one selection. There are no points off. Hey, Rose, I'm answering. There are no points off for getting any questions wrong. I swear I didn't plant that one either. Nailing it. There are no points off getting it wrong, so do not leave anything blank. It's not like it gets harder depending on how you do on the previous parts of the questions. It is the most straightforward and simple exam if you take it the right way. And this is how to do it. You ignore this stupid scoring system, and the only thing you're doing was taking it one question at a time and just get each one right. That's it. Just get them all right, and you'll be fine. I know it's a silly thing to say, but it's honestly a nicer way to approach this exam. You're not freaking out, being like, oh, there's more points over there. I got to spend more time. I should leave this blank. I'm going to get it off if I get it wrong. Nothing like that. one question at a time. Don't worry about the stupid scoring system. Just do your best to try to get the right answer. That's the only thing that's in your control. There's no way to game this. That is your approach. Now, the biggest issue my students usually have on this exam is time. And when you go and take it, you'll have done my 4 practice exams more than once, and you'll be pumping them out in like 30 minutes. You have 2 hours for this thing. Please slow down. All of my students, and it's me too, I make the silly mistakes. Right? Don't miss the word not in a question. You'll get it wrong. Don't miss if it says to choose to. You will not run out of time. I guarantee it. So please take it slow. So as we know, it's a multiple choice exam. As I mentioned before, being able to recognize something for me is less studying than having to memorize and regurgitate it. And the answer is always going to be in front of you, which makes multiple choice easier. Multiple choice is harder because multiple answers are in front of you. And there will be cases where you can make a strong argument for, say, A or B. But by the time you go and take this exam, I told you have 400 of my practice questions under your belt. And you'll start to see when it could be A or B, but A is what the green associate wants my knowledge from. And that feeling will only come with time. And if you're ever stuck and you just can't decide between 2 answers, pick the greenest one, the one that does the most for the environment, as your absolute last resort tiebreaker. Please don't go through the exam just picking the greenest answers, or do and let me know if it works. I don't think it will work, but use that as your tiebreaker. And that's kind of like how the exam is structured. Now, the exam itself, where you can take it, there's 2 means. Originally, you had to go to what's called a prometric testing center. So these are all over your GMAT, your GRE, it's just a standardized testing center until the pandemic. And now you can actually do it online. So this is probably the best part about it all. It's not like there's 4 days a year you take this exam. It is any day of the week, any time of day, like 24/7. You book it a few days in advance and you're good. So that it's very convenient that way. You don't have to plan ahead that much. You wait until you're ready, essentially. Okay, so I assume most people are going to do it online at home. Please don't make the mistake that doing it at home makes it any easier at all. It is literally the same exam, the same rules. It's closed book. In fact, for me, I would probably still go to a prometric testing center, but I'm kind of weird and I perform best at these weird jail-like sterile places. Because you have to like mimic the testing center in your home. So if you have like a ton of posters and stuff on your wall, they have to come down, or you have to cover them with like sheets. If you're in a noisy house, no good. You can't have loud sounds in the background constantly. You can't have you have to take off like most of your non-permanent jewelry. Like it's all the same rules is all I'm getting at. It's just convenience is why we're doing it at home. Now, this is the interface of the exam, more or less. I think now it's like on the left side or something, and there's actually, they added a strike through option. So like if you know B is wrong, you can strike through it. So when you come back to it, you don't have to like do it all again. You have the ability to mark questions. So for example, if the first question is impossible, out of this world, please do not panic and stare at it for 10 minutes. Mark it and just move on. I guarantee as they marinate somewhere here in your subconscious, future questions could answer it for you or trigger something in your mind to answer, or trigger something in your mind to help answer that question. At any time, folks, you can hit review and go back and forth between any question, switch it up as much as you want. But always remember the test taking rules of thumbs, like often your gut is right. Don't overthink it. The green associate is not tough if you know your material. It is tough if you've studied the wrong material or you've gone into too detail. They're really not trying to trick you too hard on this. They really want to test your knowledge. But you'll see that every exam has like 2 or 3 questions that grammatically make absolutely no sense. I do not know why they did this. You'll see what I'm saying when you take the exam. Again, don't panic, because just read it, step back, look away, read it again. And once you dissect it and actually figure out what they want to know from me, it's not a hard question. You don't need your calculator. That's for the AP. You can comment on questions when they're stupid. I tell them they're stupid questions. I'm sure they read it. Probably not. And I'll be giving a tutorial to everyone after class, one step at a time, how to register and schedule your exam and all that jazz. Okay. Any questions about the exam right now? Study time, 40 hours, everybody passes. I don't know why people give out such arbitrary numbers. Like, we all have different study habits, experience, and levels of knowledge coming into today. So instead of some random useless number, I give you targets, right? So step one, everybody listen up. Take the webinar. Good job, everyone. Step two, you got to read my textbook. I know how much information I just delivered. Some of it's new, maybe all of it's new. That's even better. This is a learning place. Like, that's the purpose here. The more new knowledge you get, the better I've done. But I guarantee there are concepts that you think you get right now and you do not. And so for those concepts that you might be on the fence about, my textbook just delivers this information in a little bit of a different way. I'll show you in a second, and a little bit of a different way to make sure you understand what the credit is asking or what the strategy is dealing with. I just published it like a few months ago, so you get the really nice, pretty version now. Good job. And then that's step two. And then once you think you have a good idea, try a practice exam out. If you want to just give a little test to a practice exam out early on, that's fine. Please do not worry about how you do on the practice exam the first time. You're going to do badly. Everyone does badly. That's fine. I care about what you do on the second or third time. And once you are consistently getting 85% on all 4 of my practice exams, that's my green light to say you're ready to go, book it, take it, pass it, and you'll be fine. And I'll show you where to get everything in just a moment. Now, a lot of people do ask me about the AP exam. I think I have a couple people here that are going to do both. Now, the AP exam, the first one you do is the BD&C. No matter what industry you're in, the BD&C is the one that is the most general, in demand, and what people are looking for. And it encompasses elements from the other 4. Then you can specialize further, like I did with O&M when I got my first O&M project. That's what you do. BD&C first. As I mentioned, prior to a few years ago, you needed like project experience, which never made sense because like my RV waste station did not help me on the exam. So now there's like experience-based questions in the exam. So as a part of my AP course, if you are interested, I give you a little sample project that makes those questions a piece of cake. But the AP is no joke, everyone. Like, the reference guide is your textbook. And you need to know all the details of every single credit, percentages, thresholds, calculations, points per credit. But I don't ask anybody to read 800 pages. So instead, what I do, this is the reference guide. So here you can see, and then I break down every credit and the most important parts of it to make your life a lot more manageable. And there's 4 practice exams. It's a very similar structure to this class, just twice as long and detailed. Okay. And it's a little more expensive at $400, but if you took this course, I give everyone a $100 coupon code there to use. Okay. Any questions about the AP at all right now? Everything is closed book. You got it. Okay, everyone. So what are we going to do? Where am I? Where did I go? Well, there I am. Hello. I can be smaller here. There we go. Boop. All right, so you're going to go to my pretty website. It's beautiful. I know. Thank you. Most people here have a login. If you don't have a login yet, I'm going to email you a login. And that you can use to access everything for a year. Okay, so I don't rush people through this. I give everyone access for a whole year. You're going to go online study materials. You can hit one of these 2. I'll just show you the self-paced version. This is the same thing, just from last month, and I guess I have a mustache there. You'll be getting the recordings of this class though. You already have the slides, right? Everyone has the slides. Then we got the textbook here. Then we have our 4 practice exams here. And then we have the tutorial of how to register for the exam, and this is just some extra reading if you want more details about a specific credit. Okay, so everything is on this page. I can't make it easier, all right? So here's the textbook. Gorgeous, I know, thank you. Look at it. It's a picture book. Look at all these pictures. There's hardly any text. You know, page 130, we're already done. That was fast, right? Here are my exam tips and notes. It's really not too long, I promise. Here are some of my terms and things that I think might come up or that I know people have had challenges with in the past. And then once you're done through the textbook, we're going to go into our practice exams. Damn it. Give me something. Come on. Come on. Let me guess one right. Hey. I'm trying to show one with that has a longer explanation here. Okay, so this one's okay. Not really. So whether you get the question right or wrong, my point is I need you to read the explanation. And the reason for this is sometimes I would get a question right for the totally wrong idea in my head. And if I have the wrong idea, they change the wording just a bit on the exam, boom, there goes an easy question. So I don't care if you get it right or wrong. You read the explanation. Because not only do I tell you why it's right, I tell you why another option might be wrong and what it's right for. So it's like you're studying and testing at the same time, which is a huge advantage of the use of your time. Every exam here has like 3 or 4 questions that you are completely unprepared for. I don't do this to be a jerk. I do this because this is an exam prep course. If you get a question on the real exam that you have no idea how to answer, I do not want you panicking. I want you to just try your best, just like my exams. Read it through, try to logic it out. If you get it wrong, who cares? Write down the right answer and you'll remember it for next time. And once you're hitting the 85% mark on all these 4 practice exams, you're good to go. Book it, take it, pass it. Okay, so these are my 4 practice exams here. And I'll be emailing everybody. It usually takes about a day for Zoom to get my upload. So probably, if you don't see an email from me by Monday, check your spam folder and then just email me and I'll resend it. But usually I get it out like on Sunday. Now, any questions? Now is the time before we go do our practice exam. Okay, Bella asked, can you go back to question and change your answers in the real exam? Yes. So you can change your answers. You can go back and forth as much as you want. On my practice exams, I think you might be able to, but maybe not, but it doesn't matter. Yes, you can change your exam answers. Oh, and also right when you're done the exam, I didn't even say that. When you're done the exam, all you do is you hit review. They say complete. They say, are you sure? You say, maybe not. You go through the 100 questions again, review it again. And they say, review, yes, I'm done. And it spits your score back right there. And then you immediately have to text me that you passed, please. Because that literally makes my day. But actually, why I need you to do that as well is to pay it forward. So the only way I've stayed relevant and current and up to date is I get feedback from you, right? If I didn't focus on something that was focused on the exam, I need to adjust my teachings. So that's how I kind of rely on you. And, you know, people did it in the past for you here, so people can do it in the future. So you can help in the future out. Also, thank you so much for coming today, Saturday. And I know it's a nice day in a lot of parts of the world right now. So I appreciate you giving me your day. I know webinars can be pretty tough sometimes to get through, but I hope I showed you kind of a nice way that it can be done to make it a little more engaging. It's since I've been doing more webinars than in person, it's been a lot tougher to kind of get the word out on campuses and to different peers and colleagues. So if you haven't hated the class so far, I would really appreciate your help spreading the word. You know, my on-demand is always available, or my next webinar that's going to be the same as this is May 11th and then June 8th, and then I take a little break for a couple months. So yeah, if you have anybody, you know, summer is always the best time to get this thing out and knock it out. Couple questions here. Should we already have a login? To your website. So if you paid online on my website, you have a login. It started at the beginning. So and if you forget your password, you can just type in your email or your username, and you can reset the password super easily. For those who had someone pay for them, I'm going to be emailing you a login. In fact, I'm going to email everyone a login for access to this recording. But again, that's your login. I know how many people are here, and if it's shared, it gets canceled. So please do keep it to yourself. It's literally my life. Um, no, it's just so I don't include questions that don't count in the real test because it's kind of hard to know. Honestly, the way to approach this, if like some people that I've taught in the past, they like can't, they like need to have some kind of scoring system. So if you need to have something in your mind, just like assume everything is worth 2 points. Like that's the way to approach this, isn't it? Yeah, no promise. Okay, everybody, we are gonna go to here. So this is our practice exam. If you don't mind just staying 10 minutes a little later, I'd appreciate it. I just put it in the chat over there. We're just gonna do 25 questions. I'm gonna give everyone like 10, 15 minutes just to like try your best to logic it out. Don't use your materials. Just try your best. I couldn't care less if you get it right or wrong. The whole purpose of this is that we can read it together. And I just want to show you how I approach some of these trickier questions and my frame of mind and my mentality that I want you to adopt to when you're practicing on your own. Okay. So again, how I got here, I just went to the leadinggreen.com/slides page, and then right at the bottom here, it says in class 25 question practice exam, and that brings this up, or you can literally just go to the chat and just hit the link. Okay. Take 10, 15 minutes. Don't rush. You have nowhere to be. It's just Saturday night, right? No, we'll be out of here just 10 minutes late. And then like if you have questions that come up over the class, just throw them in the chat and we'll talk about them.
Are we all done?
Okay, everybody, take 2 minutes to wrap up, and then we are going to review it all. So I'm just gonna read them how I kind of wanted you to read them, and then if you don't hear me say an answer, I'm gonna pull up an answer key here. Oops. But would much prefer that you don't look at this unless you don't hear me, okay? So just double check with this, all right? Okie dokie. So the first question says, which category asks us to locate near sites that are developmentally constrained and in dense areas? And we got to note that it's asking for the whole category, not just one credit specifically. And the category which does all of those is location and transportation, diverse uses, dense areas, developmentally constrained sites. What workshop helps us set goals and objectives? There's only one workshop we actually talked about here out of all the options, and it is the LEED charrette. The rest of them are actually made up, so they're probably wrong. They are wrong. The LEED charrette was that goal setting workshop we talked about. Our next one says, if we had PV panels shading our hardscape and we use that electricity to charge EV charging stations, it's going to help us with the green vehicles credit from the EV charging stations and the heat on reduction from shading. And we had that example in class as well. EPA Act of 92, everybody. What is that all about? For me, I'm like, I see that, I just think water. And eventually you will too. So the EPA Act is all about our water efficiency baseline, okay? Water efficiency baseline. And we did one in class together. Site assessment, that's got to include things that are actually a part of the site itself, right? So there's only 3 things that I'm reading here that can be describable parts of the site, which include the geology, if there's an existing physical structure, and any hydrology and vegetation, okay?
Sorry, Lauren, for the water baseline, there are 2 answers there that are water baseline for the previous question.
Oh, right. This one's for energy. Oh, this is irrigation. Oh, true. So I should say EPA Act indoor water use. Sorry about that. Yes, you got it. That's going to be our C. So you are right on that. The difference between RECs and carbon offsets. I mentioned in class that RECs are tradable commodities. If you didn't hear me say that, that's okay. Now you did. RECs are tradable commodities, A. Number 9, we got a 9-story multifamily residential project, and we're trying to compare it to a baseline. The only baseline I recognize here that we talked about today is ASHRAE 90.1, our energy baseline, and that is the answer. D. This is like a very general question that I thought of here, where it's like, how do you select your materials? You're like, I don't know. Well, I want you to think of like the most general thing that we talked about in terms of the definition of sustainability and what LEED uses, and that's the triple bottom line. And the answer is the triple bottom line: the cost of the materials, the social impact of the materials, and the environmental impact of our materials. How can products be compared? So take that a step further, and life cycle assessment is the answer. D, life cycle assessment. That looks at the whole life of our products or buildings. Number 10, anyone remember how long we spend indoors? Too much time. 90% is the answer. Go outside. I'm going to go for a walk after this. It's gorgeous. The sun's out. This is a true story, actually. The TD office towers are some pretty famous Mies van der Rohe buildings. Have you ever heard the myth about like some high-powered lawyer showing his interns like that the windows can withstand anything, and then he like runs through it and it doesn't withstand it and he dies? Well, that happened in this building. Shouldn't be laughing, but anyway, since then they went under $110 million retrofit to get LEED Platinum, O&M certified. And part of that, 40 years later from that incident, they replaced their single pane windows with dual glazed argon filled glass that led to a decrease in energy demand. E. So I'm sure a lot of you put this one, D, increased energy efficiency. So that's what I want to talk about. The term demand is for passive improvement. So think about it. When you have a better window or wall, you are leaking less energy out throughout the year. So you are